Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to another episode of Downtime in the Hangar, where we talk about all things GBO2 and Tangent quite a bit. Today I'm joined by Gustav the 13th
Yep.
and GamingEmblem.
How's it going, guys?
So, how's your guys' past week been? What have you been up to, Gustav?
Pretty much the same. This guy has pretty much eaten my life when I'm not like streaming online because I'm just doing like grinding and shit like that. I've also started playing Star Wars Battlefront since I got it on PS Plus, and that's been pretty fun.
Kind of cool.
Just a different sort of online game to do. In the meantime, just trying to keep up with my battle operations stuff every day. Quarantine life has pretty much kept everything else the same.
Pretty much.
Seems about right.
But yeah, what about you, Emblem? How's your week been?
Good so far. Just been going ham on Phantasy Star Online, to be completely honest. I've been playing that. Finally got some 13 stars. I got one that was good. Sold it for 14 million Meseta. I was able to buy I spent it immediately to buy my my weapon for the game. So the current in-game stuff before we get like the new wave of gear is going to be coming out, or is the slave set and the nemesis set. And I ended up, just because there were no good ones for nemesis, I ended up buying the slave sage, which both weapons look the same. It's just like a weird rod with like floppy wings or whatever on it that like sends out pulses of energy or whatever whenever you attack with it. But I got that now, and I sold my 13 star daggers, and it feels good, man. My hours of grinding are paying off with sweet delicious money. So now I'm mainly
trading.
Yes. So now I'm just trying to grind more loot so that I can, play the video game and pay for all of my in-game content, which is cosmetics.
What a game.
Yep. Sweet, delicious cosmetics.
Is that kind of how that goes for that game? Or
Pretty
is
much.
That just like a preference thing?
I mean, it's a preference. You could be people like Magnum and have the same character since you started, like green robot with glasses. But I feel like my character right now, just because I'm putting on a bunch of different stuff and I want to be all the Sega crossover characters that have any event. I feel like my character changes like every time I sit down to play. But that's mainly because I'm farming star gems. Like the premium items actually give you the secondary premium currency star gems when you wear them. Like as you wear it levels up, and once the bar fills up, you get the in-game currency.
Oh my god, this game. They know how to just push people's buttons. You gotta increase the number, do the thing. Materia. But for fashion.
Yep. Pretty much. They're just they're hitting that part of the brain. It's like farm, more. But yeah, no, it's nice. For the most part, things reasonably priced. Not more alcohol.
Oh god.
Magnum is less coffee. I enjoy a little bit of coffee.
Yeah, that's better. I needed some bourbon.
He's trying to battle LaCroix.
But yeah, pretty much my week has been farming, but there's infinitely more waifus and not enough tractors and crops.
Oh wait.
That's funny.
That's probably for the best.
I mean, I know your feel there, because I've been trying to play it with everything else I've been playing. So I finally
Magnum plays too many games right now? No way.
Hey, we've finally been finishing stuff up. We're good now, right?
Far too many.
So
well, Magnum, you're a top 3 speedrunner now, bud. You gotta
get
the
official.
numbers.
It's on there. It's on there. Number 3.
I feel like I'm stealing thunder from your introduction for this week. Sorry, but
we gotta make sure, because he does too much shit. We gotta make sure he covers it all.
Yeah. There we go. So so of course I've been up to GBO2.
So how's your week, Magnum?
GBO2 things. the clan matches, which we'll talk about those here later, were really good. That was a ton of fun. Then let's see, more Phantasy Star Online 2. I'm still a green robot with glasses, so yeah, we got the glasses thing going on. And let's see, I mean, I'm like level 59 now, almost 60, I think, from last night.
10 more levels.
I got in a group that was like crazy. We had like a cross burst that lasted like 20 minutes or something. Like it was gross.
That is impressive.
It was with that guy that looked like a box that had like Amy and Tails and all the mask on all sides that were huge. It was just a box character running around. It was silly. Someone like I load in and they're like 10 out of 10 maximum MTX or maximum whatever fashion or whatever it was they said. And I was just like, what are they talking about? And then I just see this thing with like arms or something like
It's an abomination.
and I was like, oh no, burn it with fire. Oh man. And then I just see the box like jump into the thing and I'm like, I don't want to follow that. I don't know. And then it like they were like a ranger too, so they were just like launching. It looked like they were launching like green shells out of the mouth. I was just like, what in the world am I watching right now? Anyway, it was fantastic. Then I was just following them, so I think I don't like two of them were a group, but they went all into a corner when we were getting the first PSE burst, and since we were close to it, they rushed to the corner, and everything just spawned in front of us, like mountains of enemies in front of us. So all I had to do was like jump up in the corner and just like shoot down and then shoot forward. I just was doing what they were doing. So I was just following in line. And then once we would just pretty much look up and down and keep killing waves of enemies, then I would see one of them jump down and, hold up their hand for the mag thing to go off. And then we'd all drop, do the mag thing, then jump back up, start shooting. Just looking up and down is all I had to do. I didn't have to rotate or anything, which takes so much time to do. And I was just like, so this is how you play Ranger. Got it. Because I think all four of us were Rangers. And yeah, it was crazy. Like that was I think I got like 2 levels out of that one. It was crazy. Like the money was gross, everything was gross with that run. So they knew what they were doing. One of them was the first 2 people that were in it were like, one was like 75, I think, and the other one was like 50 something or 60 or whatever. So they were leveling. I think they were helping him level up, kind of thing. And they just, So I just followed in line, and it was crazy. But then
Let's go.
Yeah, pretty much. Then the second time we got a PSE burst, they tried to do the same thing, but by the time we got into position, it was kind of, it only lasted like 2 to 5 minutes. But that's a pretty cool trick. We'll have to try that next time.
Well, I can see the results of Gustav's match through his glasses.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Yeah, I saw that.
So I need story time. Jesus Christ. So we had a match. Had a Mark II as our ace. The enemy ace was a Psycho Zaku. The Psycho Zaku pieced out maybe like a minute into the ace calling. We had the lead. We barely had the lead by like 1,000. Our ace literally was struggling to kill anybody. Finally dies, and then the enemy team wipes us all out.
Yay!
And they win by like 3,000 points. Like, what the fuck is this?
Man. Yeah, I saw that Space Ace thing, and I was like, oh, look, Space Mix-Up. Yeet.
Okay, that's a good transition into the other bit of news that I had. I wanted to wait for that match to be done. So a package came in.
Ooh.
There's like several different names that he goes by, but Blast in general.
Yeah.
Barbatos Freedom had actually requested a while ago if we wanted certain Gunpla made for us in like the kind of colors we wanted. So I told him the Alex and in new Gundam colors.
Oh, okay. So that's what you're talking about.
So here we go. There's the box.
Mm-hmm.
I had a bit of a struggle trying to get all the pieces together because it kind of came apart in transit a little bit.
I can believe that.
Here
Shipping
is
is rough.
base body. Not bad. See, the paneling on
Ooh.
there is like black and stuff too, instead of the blue.
Mm-hmm.
One of his first attempts at paint jobs, if I remember correctly. So not bad. I like it.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
really cool.
Yeah.
And
Because I
then
remember
there
him
goes the
talking about that.
shield.
I didn't know he was gonna send it to the people he was making them for too. That's sick.
Yeah, it's funny because the mail lady was knocking at my door. I'm like, what the hell is this? And she's just like, I want to confirm, just because I saw your name on there, but is your name Gustav? So I never gave him my name for it. I forgot because he only asked me for the address. So I was like,
Nice.
yeah, that's mine. Like, thank you. Oh
It's like
shit.
that
But yes,
reminds me.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. Got the gun here too. I
Look-
didn't realize that the barrel piece is actually a separate bit too.
Oh, that's cool.
Until I found it in there. I gotta be careful. Make sure some of this stuff ends up getting either glued or like fastened in a certain way.
Really
Yeah, I'll try
Gustav,
to
you
find a
fucked
more
up
proper display spot.
that
Well-
woman's gonna think you're like some kind of crazy Russian spy now.
Oh no.
I just remember somebody putting on one. A friend of mine sent me a thing, and like it, he put on it like my name, but in the middle he put like Big Dick Magnum. It's just like
Nice.
fantastic.
What a dickhead. That's amazing.
And I was
Oh my-
like, great. So yeah, and then there's been a
Thanks,
few
yeah.
people that have sent me stuff saying Magnum, like, and I'm like, awesome, outstanding.
That reminds me of when I was still
They
in
could have just said
college.
Magnum Dong. It would have been the
That'd have
same.
been good too. That would have been good.
It's gonna be the next one somebody sends.
Oh no.
But yeah, my roommate would like on checks, people still write checks, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But how it has a 4 line. Whenever my old roommate would pay to rent, he would always put like random dumb stuff in the 4 line. So like I remember one time I went to the bank to deposit one, and the bank lady, like I think at the time it was like this one was like for venison payments or something like that, some nonsense. She was like, I've noticed that you bring these checks in and they all say some crazy weird stuff. Like, are you actually doing this stuff? I was like, no, he just puts random stuff. It's a rent payment. She's like, oh, okay. I mean, but like she told me, like, he's like, I was just curious, but some people bring in checks with things written on them that would make you blush. And I was like, are people like, do people pay for like services and checks? Like, what's going on here? I never saw anything scary like that whenever I worked at the
my.
bank. I'm just like, what kind of checks are you handling, lady? Like, what's going on? This is when I lived in Auburn, Alabama. It's a college town or something. Like, maybe there's some kind of like weird, dark organization doing some secret background trades or something, or who
Right,
knows,
but they're just putting all these stupid like names in place of their actual stuff.
well, I don't know. The way she was making it sound like, some dude came in with a check and it was like $1,000 and the 4 line says blowjobs. Like that's what I got from what she was saying.
Oh,
Like it sounds like they weren't even hiding it.
It just has like "Spank Me, Daddy" or some shit on there.
Yeah, pretty much.
But so yeah, back to the rest of the intro stuff. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake speedrun. Woo!
Hey,
Has
Even more
completely
games.
broke me mentally, I guess. I don't know. Like yesterday, I was still running on like just like full speed, 120% still because I was like, okay, I got to stay awake because I'm exhausted. So we slept, we're good, and then finally when we canceled the tabletop yesterday, it was just like negative 59% energy. Must
man lost his
recharge.
gamer high.
Yeah, pretty much.
You guys ended up canceling? What happened?
Someone backed out, so we're finding a couple of replacements because we actually ended up having 2 total back out. So,
Oof.
but yeah, it's no big deal.
It's part of the course for campaigns like that. Sometimes it
Yeah.
just happens.
So, but yeah, we're gonna find 2, which I think I've already found 2. So just confirming if they're good with the schedule and whatnot. And we might be doing the first session next week. So just gotta let everybody know and figure that out. If not, it'll probably be on the first. First for the first session.
Hey, the first
But,
of the what? Oh,
But yeah, I'm pretty hyped about it. I think it's gonna be cool. The other thing too is if they can't do it next week, we might just still do it next week because it's more of a tutorial session. The two guys that they already know the
right. You
rule
got to
set.
get them up to speed.
Well, I mean, they already know the rule set, so like, it would just be they would be coming into the story kind of thing. And since I've kind of set up the first one for a tutorial campaign or a tutorial session, then that would kind of work out. But yeah, so there's that. And then yeah, I've pretty much been looking up things for Path of Exile and making Path of Exile videos for the past week. And I gotta finish another one tomorrow or two if I can get it done. But yeah, that's looking crazy by the way though. They are buffing two-handers and war cries. So I get to slam big heavy two-handed weapons and go really slow while everybody else picks something that's a lot faster and goes really fast.
Big Unga.
And yeah, even though they're like, we're buffing this, it's like, yeah, but it looks like you've made them incredibly slow, and pretty much most people play the game for efficiency. So yeah, so we'll see what
It'll be
happens.
interesting, but it's gonna be rough for like actual runs.
Yeah, I think it's probably not going to be the best, but if they, I don't know, I feel like they could have just went like crazy, because they, last league there was a couple of things that were just so broken, like they were the most broken thing in, since 2 years when
Damn.
they tried to fix a lot of the super broken stuff. And last league there was a couple of builds that were just like insane. Like you had more damage than any other build, and you had more defense than any other build. Like they fixed that issue, but even still, it's probably still going to be better than the two-handed stuff. And this is supposed to be like a big war cry melee two-handed league. But just like the melee league, it was like, guys, here we go. We come out with the melee league this league. It's finally here. Everybody play melee. Well, it was everybody plays Cyclone, and everybody else plays Spellcasters. So it turned into the Spellcasting and Bow League more than anything because
So the meta
sounds
pretty
about
much
right.
just like tore it apart.
yeah. So every time they try to do melee, the only melee skills that ever get used is skills that are not really melee because you're hitting the ground and you're killing stuff off screen. So I don't know if I would call that melee. Like you don't actually get in range to get hit by anything. So I have a problem with that. But hopefully they address it
Like
in
Flicker Strike.
that was my league starter, that league for the melee league, and it took me through everything and it worked. And then I played Cyclone and it just felt infinitely better.
Right. So you just kind of fell into the
Yeah.
fun stuff.
Yeah, but you weren't like Goku and Cloud all in one package.
Oh yeah,
like
I had
Omni
two-handed
Slash
sword.
teleporting
I
everywhere.
had two-handed sword, and everything was just exploding, and I was just like, "Yeah, we did it! I was
Flicker
able to
Strike
do
turns
it."
PoE into an anime. It's great.
Yeah, it is. It is actually pretty good, and it got better with this patch technically. So
Yeet.
that build anyway specifically. They finally nerfed Cyclone though, so I'm okay with that. But so yeah, that's been my week. So yeah, I think we covered anything. Oh, or I don't know if I actually said it other than what we said it. So yeah, they did upload. The upload has been processed, and we are number 3 right now on the
Hey.
regular PS4 ladder. So new game plus, any percent, no major glitches run, 3rd place. Even though
Magnum's up on there.
there might.
The man was the best.
Yeah, it's just kind of cool to be on the history books now for that.
For sure.
I mean, the thing is, I do want to do another run eventually, just because I'm pretty sure I can get it down by at least 1, maybe 2 hours. There was
Magnum changing the speedrun streamer confirmed.
I know, man. That
One more run is gonna
literal
be
line
what
of
gets him.
dialogue.
Oh,
That's the start,
no.
man.
That's how
Oh,
it
no.
begins.
Oh man,
I'm pretty sure I can shave off another like 2 seconds of this run. Is what it's gonna turn into later. You get things get
If I didn't die
optimal.
or
You
take
just
damage here, like I could have just actually had a full on run.
Oh man,
I bumped into a chocobo when I was walking down that one passageway. It was really like I lost a couple of frames there.
He's gonna be checking the frame data for every like recording he does now. Just like, oh man,
oh no.
gonna optimize this run. Gonna start memorizing like traversal patterns. Let's go.
I feel like I'm gonna need
It's
more
fun
alcohol.
playing Battle Op with you, Magnum.
It's been great.
With the way you guys
Yeah.
are talking, I'm gonna need more alcohol. Let's start mixing this up.
I tasted my coffee a little bit too much in my bourbon. Let me fix that real quick.
There's coffee in this bourbon.
Oh wait, you said it was seltzer water or something, right? Never mind.
Well, no, there's bourbon here. Yeah, but it's like, it's
He's trying to fight the
LaCroix
lack of
versus
taste.
it's LaCroix versus bourbon right now.
I can taste the LaCroix. Get some more bourbon in here. There we go.
But anyway, the I almost said GM3, but the Nemo 3 is now a thing. Gustav, you actually have it. So are you playing it right now? Okay, cool. I'll bring your stuff up.
I just killed Eric Diaz so that.
Oh my gosh. Carl with we celebrating his last GBO2 stream.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh, man.
Yakaro at this point is just trying to like harvest a bunch of people to just play anything but GBO2, I feel. He's ready. Max Busan is gonna come out and he'll just never see him again.
I'm actually pretty hyped for that. Like
That's something else we gotta discuss later on though.
Yeah, I'm set up for getting PS Plus, and I've already got that Black Clover game. We're gonna play that eventually.
Shoot, PS Plus. I forgot about that. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Money.
Why is that? Yeah, subscriptions. Why does it exist? Is Maxi Busan going to be on PC yet?
No.
Yeah, right.
Damn.
Bamco will only have you play it through their site, and they'll have a subscription for that too.
Damn.
I'll say,
all right, they can re-release Rise of Incarnates. I guess that's what you were talking about. Like, my notification sound slightly startled me. Also, thank you, Hikaru, for what Gustav I think said.
Yeah, got some bits.
Cheering all around. But yeah, the Nemo 3 though.
I like it. I don't know if it's the stellar support suit that we were hoping to get, but
support.
It's serviceable. And actually, I like the speed between some of its weapon switches too.
So that's kind of the interesting thing.
It's not a transforming support, and it's not a baseline 600.
Yeah.
Sorry, generals are only going to be in 600 unless you get leveled into it. No natural suits for any other cost until anniversary anyway.
I mean, honestly, even if I had the level 2, I wonder how many people are actually in 600 matches trying to run it. Can't imagine too many.
Yeah, this thing's done MLRS.
See, that's the other thing. That's what I was gonna say.
But it is a 2-star. Granted, that's not that's you could kind of take that for a grain of salt because so sometimes I don't get how the rarity works in this game.
Real though.
It's interesting though because it's another technically double Zeta suit.
I thought it's technically Zeta MSV.
Is it?
Is it?
I thought it's Zeta MSV.
Does it say it on
Zeta, double Zeta in the game?
Oh shit! Well, I'm in free practice.
Yeah,
I can get out though. Let me get out. ZMSV. Yeah, Maniac's saying it's ZMSV.
Okay.
Which that's interesting. I think its debut year should be further out. Maybe not.
But yeah, if you want to, I really want to see the switch between weapons on that thing.
It's allegedly developed.
Does it have a year on it?
It's essentially a re-equipped Nemo 2, which gained performance from its upgraded generator, but fell short of expectations in output and stability. That's interesting. So it's not even like a completely new model either. Like it's literally kind of like the GM2 situation.
Hmm.
They just like upgraded the Nemo 2 and it became the 3. But yeah, let me get back in there.
So yeah, I've got your thing brought up. So we'll check out the skill or check out the swap times here, because really my thing is I think the Interceptor is just straight up better than this thing at 500, and then
Oh
you
yeah.
have the Mark or the,
I mean, you always had the Mark II.
I hate the Mark II. I hate the Mark II. Oh my gosh, like that's so much I hate the Mark II that it's always just like
forever permeated in your brain.
Well, we were talking about the meme right before the podcast.
The interesting thing is that like if you see the ready up time right here, like the cannon is actually faster than the rifle.
So like shoot the cannon and then go to the rifle and then go back to the cannon. If you can do that, then holy balls, then that thing's actually competitive.
According to the JP Wiki, the ready time for the GM2 rifle is 0.77 seconds, and the cannon is half a second.
Okay, so let me pull up the
I say the bigger thing between these two is that the rifle is going to overheat when you're trying to alternate more than the beam cannon is going to run out of ammo.
Yeah, I honestly think the biggest weakness is the GM2 beam rifle on the Nemo 3.
Yeah,
Or
like
Nemo
it's nice
3 or
that
whatever.
it does decent damage and that it has an instant stun, but like I wish it had its own like dedicated rifle.
yeah, because if it had like an EPAC rifle as well, then that would make more sense. Sort of saying. Be easier to build around, and it would kind of be okay. So here's the question: what's its ready up time? Did you say the cooldown time for the cannon?
Half a second on the Nemo 3.
Well, the cooldown time, not the ready up time.
Oh, you mean like
Reload time or whatever.
between shots or overheat?
Yeah, between shots.
Okay.
If it's 4.5, then we're the same
Yeah.
as the.
Mm-hmm.
Between shots is a lot
Okay.
slower
so
than just the initial ready up.
then that's kind of my that's also my issue. I was hoping it was less cooldown time, like 3.5 or something, because the detector you can do cannon, beam, and then cannon at the exact same speed that one can. Now you're gonna overheat on 2 shots. How many shots does that cannon have?
I think 4.
4?
No, it's 5.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you actually have some more shots you can get out of it. So technically you have probably higher DPS that way, since you have 5 shots. Because the reload time on this thing's atrocious.
The Quad Vulcans aren't too bad, but like, eh.
But you can also just straight up stagger 4 times with the gun cannon in a combo.
Boom.
So
I like
don't
its
know.
downswing though.
I like the 5 shots. I have to say, I do like the 5 shots, but the detector has more burst damage and can just delete one target pretty much by itself.
Yeah, I mean that's the bigger thing too. Is just like alternating is a little rough. You're definitely gonna have to space out and do some moving in between some of these shots because the ready up time on this after a shot is a lot slower than the ready up time and like switching back from the rifle. And you're definitely, like I was saying before, you're gonna overheat the rifle before you even run out of ammo for the cannon.
I kind of wonder if it's like Draven is telling me you can use a GM rifle. I kind of wonder if you just want to play it like the GM or the gun cannon or GM cannon too, whichever one. Whichever one's a big bulky one that only gets the rifle. Yeah, like maybe like I don't like the idea of trading off a instant stagger, but maybe you want to play it more like that.
It'd be interesting, right? Because you also had the quad Vulcans on top of that, so you're just like barfing out all kinds of bullets at people. And
I mean, it
having
probably would
that
reload fast enough if you put a couple of reload parts on it. You'd probably just be like cannon, GM rifle,
yeah, I mean
cannon,
that's the
GM
interesting
rifle.
thing, right? Like if you do it that way, then you have reload parts that affect both your weapons, so the main weapon and the cannon.
Just wonder how much that damage output is though. What's the reload, like the overheat time for the GM rifle, GM3 rifle?
I'm actually backing out, so I can look in a sec.
It's 90. You're talking about the beam rifle. It's 90% heat rate, and the overheat recovery time is 17 seconds.
Mm-hmm. So the thing is within the time that it takes to get back to the cannon after you shoot, like it hasn't actually cooled down enough for you to do another shot without it overheating, because it's that severe. The level 1, rocking the level 1 GM rifle, you're talking about 30 shots, 170 for the damage, and 325 range. So it actually has a little bit more range to play with than the GM rifle, which is a straight 300. And its reload time is actually a lot faster too. It's 7 seconds as opposed to 17 for the overheat.
So one thing I noticed looking at all the stats on it is the detector. Again, the detector is the easiest comparison I can think of to compare it to. I mean, you've also got like the Type B, I guess, and the full custom would be a couple others you could. But I mean, with any of those, I kind of like them a little bit better. But you do have a ton of melee resist on this thing. It has 18 melee resist compared to like the detector's 7.
I ended up putting a part on for melee resist too, just to stack it even more.
And see, that's the other thing too, where I have reload parts on, or sorry, overheat parts on mine because the detector's beam cooldown is gross for its like cannon. Like I'm shaving off like 5+ seconds.
Yo, it's hitting this graphic gunner for almost like 300 damage
Okay,
per
that's
shot.
pretty legit.
That's kind of fucky. Yeah, 297 a hit.
Ooh, now that's cool. Now that changes it up. Now, if you're going to compare it with that kind of playstyle, then now we might have a contender.
226 on a support, fellow gun cannon of sorts.
Interesting.
The Vulcans don't look bad either.
Yeah.
Mecha
Yeah,
brought up
good rate
that
of fighter.
they feel comparison. And I'm comparing it to the MLRS. The range
Do they
is
have
the
a
same.
stagger though?
Yeah.
What's their stagger value?
Yeah, 4%. The MLRS has 6 per shot. The ammo is the same.
Gustav, can you Vulcan that?
Oh, this? Yeah. 67. Ooh. Good threshold, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Which, I mean, you did put a few GM rifles into it.
GBO2 in an entire mag for that.
Yeah, it's about...
We'll see
Yeah, 'cause you're
once I
firing like
reload.
4 shots at once. Does it fire all the bullets at the same time, or is it like kind
No,
of?
it's it's
2 and 2.
staggered out. It's in a pattern.
Okay. So like it doesn't say how fast it fires. Like the JP Wiki's not updated, so I guess I haven't checked the rate of fire on it yet.
Okay, that's about a third of its clip.
Yeah, and it's able to do 2 staggers per
Yeah.
per
That's
mag.
actually, now that's pretty solid. Okay, now we're talking.
Still got to do controlled bursts at certain ranges for the rifle, but
So as far as its competitors go, at its base cost of 500, I think we now have the Hildoffer. You got the Type B. I mean, for me, I use the Dom Barrage if I ever had the level 3.
I had one.
The full custom, the detector. But I don't know. I like that GM rifle. Now that I'm seeing that kind of looks, that's shiny, and those Vulcans are kind of cool.
Yeah,
So
It seems
I'm
like
kind
your
of
main,
digging that.
you probably just want your main keep away to be cannon at long range in generals. And when the raids are rushing you down, you just probably pop a few shots at them with your rifle
Yeah,
and just
go
switch
ahead,
to your
run into my
Vulcans.
bullets faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just gonna chew
Breaks
through
maneuver
their
armor.
maneuver armor at that point.
So that's pretty cool. Okay, I can deal with this. Because as far as the beam stuff, the direct competitor, if you use the beam, is just gonna straight up be a detector. And if you had a choice between using the beam with it and if you had a detector, I'd say just use the detector. Because it also has some Vulcans, I mean, that are not that good, but you can finish
But it
people off
also
with it.
has that shoulder turret
Yeah. Well, the shoulder
that has
turret.
the shoulder turret's nice because it has really heavy like flinch. So like certain weapons that would actually hit you when they're trying to like rush you down with it, it'll actually delay their actions unless they're like mashing through it.
Yeah. The only thing is, it has like it. I don't think it actually has any stagger threshold at all, and then it doesn't have. I mean, the damage is kind of meh.
Yeah, there's no
But
stagger threshold. It just plays up on the whole flinch mechanic that they talk about.
yeah,
Mhm.
it has a ton of range though. It's like 300 plus range for that thing, so that's kind of
Yeah,
awesome. So you can hit somebody from a mile away with that shoulder laser turret. Um, but I mean, you can do if you catch somebody without a dodge roll or just they don't have one. You can do your cannon, then you do your main beam, then you do the grenade, then you do your main beam, and each time if you're stepping in between, doing a little, you're acting like the waddle a little bit. Then you get up there, and then finally you Sparta kick them on the ground, and you pull back, and then you either shoot them with your beam again or something. Yeah, so it's beam cannon, main beam, grenade, main beam, kick, then beam cannon again. And if they're
that is
alive
one
after
other
that,
thing
they're
too. Like
probably
this thing
already.
doesn't have balancer.
Yeah, and that's why I compared so much to it, because if it had balancer, then now we're talking about something else.
Especially with that thrust too, like that
Yeah.
neutral is
Mhm.
pretty good.
It's got 10 more than the detector, I think it was. Was it 10, 5? It is 10. Yeah, it's got 10 more base thrust than the detector does. Shoot, it has more base thrust than some raids do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much thrust it does have.
It's got some speed on it.
Top speed is slower than the detector though, which was kind of interesting. But it does have 5 movement over the detector, so you can end up having just as much life because you can put on the you can have like the melee res to even up the melee res even higher. You can put on the new frame, and then you can put on the level 2 new frame if you wanted to just keep, gaining more health and match it up with the detector. So you can have more effective HP overall, which is kind of interesting. Though the detector does have it beat in ballistic, but at that cost, unless you're fighting an MLRS or something, which is for the level 2, and that's what I was going to bring up. Level 2, though, you got to deal with the MLRS in the bracket, and if you have the MLRS or that, sorry, MLRS, just I would eat that thing alive with the MLRS. Just saying. Like,
Yeah, try not to like move your beam around. It's like you could probably stagger an MLRS for a good minute, but you're not going to be doing damage to it.
yeah, you'd have to like the shield will absorb 1 stagger, and if you hit the shield, then I'm just gonna missile you and then probably knock you down and then missile you again, and just keep that going because yeah, it's a beast. But overall, though, I am more impressed now that I'm actually kind of looking at it a bit more. I watched it a little bit last night and looked okay, but it just felt like a less weaker detector.
Yeah, I mean the bigger thing will be seeing where it's at after a week or so, in terms
Yeah.
of just like its performance, how people are adapting to it, being around, and like especially because its movement rate is pretty high for support. It's able to be in spots where like other supports would kind of struggle to get to.
Well, that's another thing too. I will mention. I saw a couple of them in one game because I still had. I got my gold medal, so I played one game just to try to get a box. Luckily, I did, and so I played
And
raid, and I was playing the Unit 5, and I was hitting other supports just because typically the ballistic resist at that cost isn't that high. And so I was hitting one of those for like, I don't know, it was like just under 200 or just above 200, something like that. And then it was like I hit another support and I was doing like 280, 290. And I was like, well, I'm going to focus you and then I'll be back for you. Give me a sec. So I think it was like the Hyzak custom that I was just decimating with. Actually, I can check that I've got both of them. So, oh yeah, I think it has a bit more. All right, I actually did that guy had to have had ballistic res then. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, Maniac brings up something else. Like, this is still ultimately a gacha game, so like, for people who can't rocket detector, this is a good alternative.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. I mean, again, you gotta play what you got. But if you have it, I think the detector wins. Just saying. If you don't have it, then what's in the shop now? Actually, that's a good question. What do we have in the shop?
That came this week, or
No, I mean, sorry, in the DP store at 500. Literally, the only suit that I still have that's in the DP store is
I
the
have
gun
nothing in there
cannon
anymore.
level 4.
Like, this week's update didn't even give me anything new to like try to shoot for suit wise.
Like, that is still kind of a bummer that we only have 450 supports in the DP store. We don't even have 550 or 500 supports in the DP store.
Yeah, it took him a million years even to like touch the Jaeger for anything.
Yeah, we got the gun cannon level 4.
But yeah, we got 2 raids this week, by the way. High speed and the Marine.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, we'll get to that here in a bit. But like, I guess I don't have any really good raids. I haven't checked the store though, DP store for raids much. But yeah, so.
Don't you have the Mark II? Oh wait, you're talking about in general. Never mind. Or the store.
What cost range were we talking about? Because Maniac's in chat, so he's got like the wiki for 500. So like, yeah, 500 in terms of supports.
Yeah, the only one I've got, and I've got all the 500 store ones apparently. It literally is the gun cannon too.
Oof.
So, raid, at least you have the G3, which has been buffed at 500, so that's not too bad, or the Pixie. I think might be able to get the custom at 500. Goof custom. Let me check.
Yeah, I would think so.
You can't. Rip.
No. Oof, Aroni.
So yeah, the G3 and the Pixie are the only two 500s for raids you can get. Kind of interesting.
Plenty of generals in there though.
Gyogu Haimo general. Now that's a pretty solid one. The Gundam, of course. And then
It's almost like
that's the Gyogu early.
All of our old like eras. Now we're like in Gelgugan friend times in there.
And then yeah, Gyogu early production is the only general I don't have. But that's interesting. But yeah, any other thoughts on the Nemo? Then we can move on.
I kind of wish I had more thoughts about it, but it's not bad. It's serviceable. You'll probably enjoy it, and definitely if you had the GM rifle, give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm kind of hyped to if I get it to. I'm probably not gonna spin on it just because I'm still going crazy theory here of they're gonna drop another step up banner that has a suit at the end for the anniversary. I really hope they don't, but I'm gonna have like 100 tokens ready to get absolutely nothing.
I'm sure a lot of people who've been saving are hoping that they do.
Yeah. See, I'm doing out of the fear that they're gonna do it, but
yeah, kind of a short thing for the suit this week.
yeah, I mean it's what's its skills actually? We could talk about its skills real quick.
Yeah, let me get out and I'll look at it real quick.
I've got the list ready.
Oh,
Oh, you got
Maniac's
it?
like, we
Okay.
still don't have the level 3 Ganon DP.
Right.
They're trying to
Raid
save Gian players from themselves by doing that. Don't worry.
Angry raid main noises.
But yeah, okay, so what's the skills?
Okay. So here we go. From the top, high performance radar level 2, high performance scope level 2, observational data link level 1, frontline support system level 2, precision shelling level 1,
Oh, that's cool.
scout parallel processing device, which is seeing your radar in snipe mode level 1, high performance aerospace gimbal level 1, high spec AMBEC level 1, right shoulder special cushioning, which reduces damage to your right shoulder by 10%, level 1, and quick boost level 2. Also has space preference and melee priority 1 as a support.
So it has the crouch precision shelling, but it doesn't have the extra, like, I'm not gonna get staggered when crouched.
Nope, it does not. Which is weird. You'd think at this cost it would.
Yeah.
But it doesn't drop its cod piece like the
Like wedge it in there.
detector does.
Like
The
the detector, yeah.
does. Why would it need it, right?
I would almost say that that's just like a video gamey thing they should be doing for some of these guys regardless.
I mean, I
much.
don't disagree. Balancing based on whatever non-canon things in the game a little bit more would be nice too. I agree.
Okay, so I guess we can go ahead and hop into the patch notes now. Or do we want to talk about when do we want to talk about clan ranked? Do we want to save that for later?
We can do whenever. I didn't participate. I was not feeling well this weekend or this past weekend, so I actually didn't even do any clan matches, so I would have nothing to add, unfortunately.
So we'll go ahead and do the patch notes, and then we'll go over clan ranked after that.
Yeah, we'll do it as part of the outro just because like we're also gonna have to talk about clan matches coming up this weekend.
Yeah, that works. We can do that last then, right before the suit speculation stuff. Okay, so patch notes, stuff, and things.
Not a lot happened. Jaeger level 2 is in there though.
Yeah, so I guess first thing as far as like the new suits, the heavy Gundam though is a big deal.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I was not expecting that to get that this soon. Like we just got the heavy level 2 not that long ago, and then they're just like, oh yeah, by the way, here's the level 3. I'm like, what? Yes, please. Let's go.
I really want that.
Oh yeah, now
Too
that
bad.
I wish they had a banner for that one. I'd be like, come on. But
The other addition is that they got some new stuff for the Striker and Striker Kai. The Striker Kai goes up to level 3, and I think the regular Striker goes up to 4 now.
oh yeah, that's right. That's not even in the patch notes. They added those.
No, it's just in the item list.
Yeah. So yeah, they actually added 3 suits to the lottery with that.
Yep, level 4 GM Striker is actually a 1-star, so you might have a decent chance of finding that depending.
Again, my worry with the heavy though is it feels like it already feels kind of like it should be a secondary support that you're going to use. Its DPS is great, but its stagger potential is a little bit awkward. You pretty much have to do beam into Gatling to get a consistent stagger at least.
Yeah, you're there to finish off suits. You're there to
Pretty
either
much.
like hit them super hard and make them back up because oh my god, my health, or you're there to just like chew through the last of their health. And in particular, it's a good leg melter even with just the baseline shot from the cannon.
Yeah, the cannon can chunk. That is true.
You really gotta master being on point with that if you want to try to get the most out of it.
But yeah, I just feel like it definitely is going to be one of those at that cost specifically that you might just secondary support it. I mean, again, the MLRS exists, so I again that meme Mark II. I saw the meme like yesterday and today of like Mark II players like that.
Now the
Your suit is
MLRS
OP.
is pretty much the first
MLRS,
for
your
that.
suit is OP. Mark II players, no, we're just misunderstood. MLRS players, yes, we know.
Yeah, there's no apologies for the MLRS. Those guys are
Yes,
just
we know,
bullies.
and we're fine with it.
Kind of noticed there was no raid comparison there.
No, because that doesn't exist. They all suck. They're
Ooh.
bad.
Yeah,
Stop playing
Bill's
raids.
bad. Bill's bad, man.
Striker custom players say, "Hey, we exist," and support players are like, "Oh yeah, we're actually scared of you."
It's like, yeah, you actually just exist in highlight reels, and then every other time you just get melted.
Oof.
Pretty much, yeah. Gustav's got it right on the nose there. Every now and then you do cool stuff. Like my glory into Striker custom, it literally exists in like one clip that I made where I just melt this poor Rick Diaz rather, and that's like about it. And every other time you just demon blade up and get exploded.
Yeah, it's good for reels. It's bad for actually winning.
I wish I was recording though that time that I hopped into your game when you were streaming, Gustav, and I was in the BD2.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was just like, Gustav, it's okay, we're good. We do ace match. Training weights are off. I'm on my TV.
That shit was crazy.
And then I can't get a like montage wheel from that just because you were like over here in Deserted City and you're like, what's he doing? He's going in 1v5. And then I'm just like, 1 kill his ace, 2 kills his ace, 3 kills his ace, 4. It was like, rah, I'm a madman. So
I am God.
yeah, I pretty much just went in and like 1v5 the enemy team and got like 4 kills and then still made it out barely alive.
Literally,
With, like,
literally nooned past everyone on our team and just like went in balls first.
It was a legit 1v5 and I'm like, man, this BD2 suit is broken. It needs to be nerfed. And then it's just like, oh well, it kind of did get nerfed. Everything that just came out after is just kind of better.
Like fuck. It got nerfed by time.
Yeah. But I feel you there on the highlight reel thing because, it's like that will happen like 1 out of 30 games.
Mm-hmm.
And then
the rest is like, what happened to those? You just like start reminiscing, like, those are the days.
Pretty much. Then you could also have the Bolin Oak.
Oh god, yeah. That seems like a highlight reel kind of thing where like people just aren't paying attention to you because of false flag and you just like butcher them to death only to get melted by a Mark II that finally sees you.
Like,
no, Gustav, playing a Bolin Oak is more of a gag reel, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the what it would be is like you're playing the Bolin Oak and then you're approaching somebody, so you're here, like you go to the other person's screen and you just hear like per step. You're like, did I just hear?
Forget our footstep noises in the game. I can never hear those.
Yeah, like big footstep noises, and then like the Bolin Oak comes around, and then like, and then you turn around and you either just slaughter the Bolin Oak, or like he hits you once, and then a Mark II comes up and is like, "Aha! I heard you from way over there at that other point."
Me being unlike the generals on your team will help the support and give aid to my raid. You prepare to die, Bolin Oak. Yeah, the highlight reels for the Bolin Oak only have Yakety Sax playing in the background. Unfortunately, no, there's no cool music.
Literally,
here.
like the situation I described is one of the only highlight reels I've ever seen for the Bolin Oak. It fucking got behind enemy lines, was sitting there, no one saw it, and then it fucking tore the support's asshole open, only for like everyone else to descend upon it seconds later.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah,
I had him open a mountain. Like the raid was pushed up on me, and like he went off to do something else, so I just pushed towards the support on the hill, and I guess he didn't notice that the raid moved up, so he just thought I was him, and I just I murdered that guy and swiftly died seconds later. But yeah,
You gotta
it's
take
nice.
in those moments while you can.
Bullet Oak's
Yep.
theme, I only trade 1 for 1.
One life,
If I even
one
get that
kill.
far, yeah, because I have no way to protect myself after I start attacking. Because
Ain't that
Shield, what
true?
are
all the
those?
scary
I'm just a
suits have the
big
same
egg.
priority as me. Yeah, all the
Yeah,
scary suits have the same priority as me. So if the Mark II shows up, if they don't just counter me or shoot me off, we bounce or something because
Suddenly, my laser brushes don't seem so appealing anymore.
yeah.
I will say its weapons are awesome though.
Yeah, the fact they can switch between them so fast too, like the minute you actually get your claws on someone, you can actually just like fuck them up. It's just so
Yeah,
hard.
it feels good to combo with.
Like I remember we were playing one of the banner nights there, and Maniac destroyed my shield on the MLRS like 4 times or 5 times or something like that. And
I think that's
yeah,
crazy damage.
yeah, like I don't know, I can't remember how many times he actually killed me, but I know he killed my shield when he got there. He was just like, I was like, no, shield sit by, now I can't
Like what
aim.
shield? Just like fucking Devo, what shield?
Yeah,
Like,
right. Because that's a 20k shield health bar, dude. So like he had like 140 or 160k or something like that, wasn't it? It was something gross after that game.
mm-hmm.
But yeah. So anyway, yeah. After that tangent, let's go ahead and go to the next patch notes.
In remembrance of what could have been great, the Bullet Oak and
Yeah.
raids in general.
Oof. So in the ticket shop right now, today is.
Speaking of raids, oh no!
Wait, is there a raid in the ticket shop?
Well, the RT shop, or one of the ticket shops, they actually have 2 raids in there, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the DP. We'll have to get there. Never mind.
Okay.
Ticket shop's the Jaeger.
Yeah, the Jaeger right now. Currently, the G3's in there, level 3. That's kind of cool. But the Jaeger is in level 2.
Getting there.
It's only 240 tickets, and yoink. Yeah, okay, I've got it now.
Of course, I already got it in the gacha. I'm happy about that, though. I don't have to blow my tickets on it.
Like,
yeah, I think the Jaeger's still fine. It's definitely falling off, but if you literally don't have any of the other Lotto suits, I don't think it's a bad one to have. But you could definitely kind of feel that the Jaeger's kind of starting to get creeped out.
We're slowly but
somewhat.
surely starting to say more often that the MLRS is a thing instead of the Jaeger. So
yeah, like it's pretty much the Jaeger has damage. The MLRS though has so much more stun potential and utility. I mean,
and just presence in general and survivability.
Like, I mean, just look at what we did yesterday when we had that game where there was like 4 of us that had the MLRS.
That's fucking gross.
And like you guys were
are
like
banned.
If you guys didn't have so many raids and stuff running around, like that could have been. I mean, even with
me
that,
like we literally just counterpicked that.
Yeah,
like, that's all that was.
Like, but you guys were like dodge rolling around. I mean, if that first initial volley that we did, where like all 4 of us fired the triple missile thing, like if we would have just clipped one person, somebody was deleted. Like that's
The
so
minute they stopped, it was just over.
yeah, so like the presence that suit has, or just having 2, like I think wasn't that yesterday, Emblem? Like when we were playing one of the first games where you were the Tetra, and you just got caught between 2, and there was just nothing you could do for like 5 seconds while they just was just like now missiles, now more.
Oh
vultures.
yeah, on the Arctic base at the tail end of that one match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if 2 of them are working together, then there's almost nothing any suit can do to deal with them. It is kind of new.
Some people just see it as like, oh, the raid has more targets, but raids definitely are catered for 1v1 stuff. Like, I mean, anybody's at a disadvantage in this game against multiple people by yourself, but
Even more
supports have
so if
so
you're
much.
right.
Yeah, supports have so much. Has such a good kit for stuff like that, where it makes it like almost impossible to get on them once they're looking at you. Once they're both looking at you.
When two, if they're working together at all, it's like, okay, now I staggered. Well, after you, go ahead.
Yeah.
Cool. Now my
I was
turn.
gonna say it's like the melee version of that, except they can do it at like 300 plus yards. They don't really need to be up close to anybody to do it. I'm just saying, never commit to one support if you see another one in the distance. Bad things will happen.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
supports
so
look
they'll be
out
like,
for
"Oh,
each
my
other.
support's in trouble."
I got you, bud. Boom. And they
Support
just
fire.
start doing it back and forth.
Exactly. Like they're
That's not even including the thirsty generals that are literally turning around,
Just I must
salivating.
kill.
Yeah, they're boosting. They're boosting with like dripping mouths in your general direction, while your team is struggling to kill one person, while you've got literally the rest preoccupied.
Yep.
But yeah, so yeah, as far as the Jaeger goes though, I have to agree. Its utility is kind of out, but it still has the damage. Even up at the
Yep.
600 one, the damage is there. It's got insane damage, but we've just got so many stun machines now.
I feel like that's the epitome of like a secondary support.
Yeah, like at this point, I would say it's kind of relegated to secondary. Although its two beam shot dagger, if you hit the target coming at you, is still pretty nasty. You can just stagger and then swap to like your beam spray or spot gun or whatever it's called, and get a raid coming at you, and then when they get really close, you put the two shots in, boost forward, and then knock them down with a melee. So it is good at breaking maneuver armor. You just gotta play well. Can't miss.
Fucking maniac in chat over here. It's sad we don't have a 550 cuss Gan yet.
Please no.
He's pushing for that for SummerSlam so hard.
Oh my.
Imagine just that poking anybody. It'd just be another Bolin Oak situation, but just like even faster with the killing.
Yeah, that would be like, no.
That's a suit that doesn't even need to switch between weapons to do the same thing, and it's kind of fucked up.
Like, just no. That's all I'm saying. Please no.
No, none of that.
I don't want to see it.
Don't want to deal with it.
Oh man.
Just
Actually,
melting shields within like a couple combos. Like, well, here we go.
I mean, the only thing at 550 is its shield isn't a shield, and then you can just stagger it because its shield just makes it a bigger target. So, like, in the MLRS, I'd be like, "Oh, you're approaching me," and
No.
yeah. So
All you gotta do is whip out your Vulcans at a decent range, and it'll be like, well, stand still, bitch.
And then missile, and then just switch back to Vulcans and do it again, then missile.
Like, literally all you have to do at that point is just wait for all the thirsty Mark IIs to just come, like, crashing in, screeching, like, wah! And they'll just eat them.
Now I just imagine
There's
Mark
a
II's going,
raid!
downswing.
Raid!
They'll literally ignore everything else going on and murder you.
Yeah, meanwhile,
your
entire team starts to push up, but they sure got you. They got you all right.
I was like, hey, that general, my general teammate that you passed literally would die if you breathed on him. Oh, yeah, come at me, bro. I'll take all 4 of you on. And that guy's just running away.
You know what, though? If you want to learn how to survive multiple people against one, just be raid for a while.
And by survive, Goose, that means tolerate the frustration.
Yeah.
Of getting.
No, I mean, like, literally, you're gonna
upon.
learn the frustrations of being super maneuverable and not being able to hit back. But you can have that translate to other suits that can survive and do that.
Pretty much anything that is double dodge roll or Mark II.
I'm just saying, if you want to get better at the Mark II, just train in the Shiki.
There you go. Pretty much.
And then by comparison, as with everything, you'll feel very spoiled in that Mark II.
That still just makes me sad how bad the Shiki is compared to the Mark II. But
Maniac, be again specifically, you will know pain. Ooh, yeah, I believe it.
Okay.
I believe it.
So in the DP store though, we got the Yoga Marine level 1.
Oh my god, we have a Nemo 3 in our match at 600. I just had to throw it out there. I want to see how this goes.
Oh my.
But yeah.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me on that one. But we got the Gelgig Marine level 1, the DP store, and the Dom high speed experimental type. Oh, actually, real quick before we move on to that, the Gelgig Jaeger. What would you guys recommend for that? As far as if somebody's gonna spend their tickets on it, I say it's pretty cheap at 240. That's not too bad.
That's
And if you,
surprising how low it is. I'm
yeah,
actually surprised by that.
and if you don't have well, I mean, it's a 2-star technically, so
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's a testament to like what we were just talking about, right? Like it's not as desirable as other supports at that cost. But if you don't have anything, like if you're just struggling to fill out your roster at like higher cost, that's a good choice. Like you can still do a lot of work with that.
yeah, I still think it's top tier, and with how much damage it can put out, it's insane. It's just the skill cap is definitely up there. So, but yeah, Emblem, you got any thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's fine. I think the big thing comes down to the play style. The higher levels, kind of like I was saying, fall off some. But if you don't have, depending on what options you have on hand, it'll definitely vary depending on what costume play on it. But I mean, this, you said it's a level 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is 500.
Yeah, so I mean, at that cost, I mean, it's not bad. Like, it's definitely not like the worst support you could play at that cost. Level 500 Mudrock is in the game, right?
Oh yeah, I
I
forget
don't
about
think
that one
it's
too.
really available.
But yeah, it's
Oh,
another.
is it?
Yeah, it's in the game, but
What?
it's just
Okay.
not. I think it's
I
lottery.
personally would probably run that over the Jaeger myself,
Mm.
Again,
but it's not readily available. So
every
Also,
suit
the
that we
fact that it
talked
has
about.
balancers, so if you want to roll the dice on like smacking someone when they're close,
That is a pretty big deal. The balancer though, like you have to get in there and melee a bit with that suit. It
hold up. Oh, we might have to check PSN later. Blue Shift just posted something on Twitter. He's got the Maxi Boost on client for the early access downloading
okay.
for the
I
pre-release
figured it'd be
open
ready
access.
sometime soon since it's going live tomorrow
Mm.
with the open access for everybody. So that makes sense. Did he say if he's telling you it on JP or English? Because
I
that's
have to
honestly the
double
big
check.
take.
Yeah,
I
that's
think it's
gonna
going to be
the big
JP
thing.
only, but
That'd be a bummer.
oh, but they had a Western trailer. Maybe it won't be. Who knows?
That's something we'll have to check. I mean, that would be the bigger thing for us to check with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can figure that out. But yeah, so moving on to the Gelgig Marine level 1 and the Dom high speed experimental type level 2.
Raid life.
Yeah, pretty much.
Brace yourself.
They're in the DP store, and I don't have the Gelgig Marine level 1, so I'm guessing the Dom high speed is about the same cost. So I think they're going to be around 60 to 80. Let's just say 80 is a good guess. DP, because I think the Marine was like 64. I mean, I could double check that. But overall, if it's less than 100K, then that's pretty good. Overall, what are you guys' thoughts on these?
High speed's still pretty good. If you just want to be in there for your team to like disrupt and like knock people over, and then just
Right.
be able to zoom out, like it's definitely got your back on that. The big chop when you can actually get it down is very akin to the scoop on the dodge.
Right.
Don't be ready to stick in there for very long, and also try to temper when you actually knock people over so that you're not like costing your team like extra damage that they could be doing otherwise. That's one of the other things is a suit that you got to be a little bit more mindful in.
Just
But
the
also
instant
don't
knockdowns.
underestimate how fast that neutral is. Sometimes that's actually better than trying to follow it with a big swing.
Yep.
Yeah, because it is a suit that can out of boost, like do a neutral follow up,
Mm,
and it recovers fast enough to be able to do it again, if I
yeah.
remember right. So you can actually like self set up without a cancel if you need to, which is cool. And as far as the other suit goes, I don't know.
It's a Gelgig. I mean, depending
Yeah,
on what your preference is too, like the MG is not bad. Be wary that at certain costs for that suit, if you use it at higher costs, some generals or just like some other suits will have maneuver armor to like eat through that grenade.
yeah,
If you're trying to
Yeah.
initiate with that, the beam rifle has good output. You can definitely put some pressure on people before you even like close in on them with that, and that's kind of what I like it for.
mm.
Just because, much like many Gelgugs, and unlike Gelgugs who use the Naginata, it has very stubby arms, and so its reach is not super great. In contrast with it also being a gigantic suit, so it's easy to hit.
Feels go
So
goog.
it's striking a rough balance in that respect. You just need to be a little bit more wary of your positioning and like where you can actually get away.
Yeah, and it doesn't use Naginata, so the attacks are
No,
easier
it
to hit,
uses a Z Saber. That's what I'm
which is
saying in
very
terms
nice.
of the reach.
Yeah,
It's just because its arms are really stumpy, and that saber in particular isn't very long. It doesn't have like a big like tail swish like the Federation ones do with its swings, where it
yeah,
feels
it's
like
like
it
the
literally
Jaeger.
hits around the suit. Yeah.
Mm.
Pretty much.
Especially since the downswing isn't slightly advancing slash, and it does hit, but it hits all on the same side around like the right. Um when it brings it down and back, it doesn't go to the other side. So it has a more funky positioning and stuff. So it feels very Gelgug in that respect.
So you're not talking about the Naginata,
No, I'm talking about this one
the
in
Z
particular
Saber?
just has the saber, yeah.
Hmm. I don't know. Maybe I haven't played in a while. I feel like the downswing is pretty forgiving. Like it just does the little like down slash thing.
Feels like
I
the
don't know.
Jaeger though. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean for your target, yes. I'm just saying it doesn't have the same kind of like coverage as like Federation swings do.
Oh, I
okay,
see.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense.
It's still better than the. I'm using hand motions to
Yeah,
signify,
the
but
funky
it's
like
better
over
than
and
the
around.
freaking hitbox on the Gelgoog downswing.
Yeah,
There's like a small little like dot that you have to aim
Oh
to
my
hit things at the
gosh.
Gelgoog downswing. Like, oh, your beam saber went through them. I'm sorry. There's this one little tiny box on the ground that's your hitbox for your
yeah.
swing.
Like you literally had to like swing yourself around and like deja vu your own suit just to actually get it to hit
For
stuff.
real though, man, like, it is so annoying trying to like play the Naginata on any Gelgoog. That's why
Except
I don't play the Haimo.
that's why the DJ was a good breath of fresh air because it was a bit more
Right.
straightforward.
Well, then you have the VD and the Yuma Lightning, which I love their downswings because they're outstanding and right in front of you rather than and I missed.
So unfortunately, this match was a shit show. One of our guys ended up DCing, and the other dude got pissed off and just like sat as a pilot on the base and spammed "You're the best" for the rest of the match.
Nailed it.
So not a good run to see what the Nemo 3 is capable of in this cost. And I almost wiped the board because these guys sucked. Damn. And that was just in a laser donut. Yeah, I think I might actually look for a second.
Speaking of raids, and being big, they need to give more buffer skills. I think they need to add a new buffer ability to mobile suits that are just giant in general, and they can call and it's like a full body buffer. Maybe you might say, well, let's raise the defense, but give me full buffer, or we'll call it like we'll call it something like
God fucking damn.
I don't know, something like stuffed animal form or whatever. Magnum and Gustav, have y'all ever seen the picture of the like fluffy Gog or whatever? Like
Fluffy
I want
God.
a skill
Fluffy
that
Gog?
turns my mobile suit into a plush version of itself. It reduces all damage taken. It's like the bear guy in Build Fighters.
Oh, where they put
Um,
that cushioning or
the
whatever inside
the
it.
stuffing in it. Yeah, it'll be kind of like that.
Yeah. Mm.
But oh, I found it. Okay,
So real quick, my thoughts
so
of the
show you a picture of it.
okay.
No, keep going.
But,
No, keep going. I'm just pulling up a picture of this thing.
My thoughts really on the Gelgoog. Again, it's Gelgoog. If you like Gelgoogs, you'll probably like this. And it's a marine, so it has like the Jaeger swing and stuff. So it's nice.
So
Oh,
it's in the comments. Sorry, I saw the thing for the Maxi boost. Someone was asking him, was the US thing up, and he's like, nah, he just pulled that from his Singapore account.
okay, that makes sense.
So we haven't heard anything from the English side, which is a bummer. If that's the case, I might not even bother.
Yeah, I figured if we do find a way to get it and stuff, and everything's going good, then I might take a break from Path of Exile if you guys are going for like an hour or something. Whenever I'm like, I could take a break for now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe before like I thought about doing some clan match practice. Then yeah, but
Oh god, space.
yeah,
It's like Magnus wanted laptop hard enough.
So anyway, the Dom high speed though, again, I prefer the Dwodge personally, but
Mm.
this does have the benefit of just being like, I'm just gonna knock you down whenever I hit you. So I would have to say I prefer the Dom high speed over the Efreet DS, I think, at this cost. But so that's one kind of cool addition, is that it has the same axe, or Albert, whatever it's called. Heat Lance?
Mm.
Whatever it is. One of those. Insert correct name here. But yeah, overall, 2 good suits. Definitely solid raids. So we'll see what happens.
Try not to suffer too hard. Just get in there and see what you can do.
I mean, it is 400 cost, so they're
Mhm.
once we start hitting
They're
these
in-
suits at 450, then I honestly think they start getting outclassed pretty hard at that point. But until then,
Which is interesting because they just put the Marine up in level, so now it's in like super high cost.
yeah, that is true. Wonder how it's doing right now.
I've tried it in a match. Oof. Interesting,
Yeah.
but it takes some getting used to for sure.
But okay, so that one more thing. The GM Striker, and it says EX here, so I'm guessing that means both.
It's
Good.
either that or it's for the Kai specifically. I don't know if we ever had that confirmed.
Well, I
I'm
guess
pretty sure it's Space Kai, personally.
Hang on, let's see if I have the Striker level 2.
You can like
Easy way
see
to
if the
check.
stats match up. Yeah.
But does somebody have the notes up, or I can go down the list real quick?
I do, but I'm in a match. Oh
Okay.
boy.
I have the notes up.
Okay.
Although I will say, like on JP, it says Gym Striker breaks, and I've seen breaks used as a translation on the Efreet Kai before.
What the fuck? That's weird. What the hell
Okay.
does that
So,
even
I mean-
mean in relation? Like, so we have EX breaks.
Huh.
It's like one way that I kind of look at it.
Also, that game match just yeeted us and actually counted it against us. Like, what the fuck?
Oof. Well, if you want to go down, oh yeah, I can. I think I can already tell.
Yeah,
It
so
is
level
just
2
the
units
striker Kai.
HP.
Yeah, it's just the striker Kai.
Okay.
Okay. So they buffed the
Kai
striker
means
Kai.
limit. Oh, Kai means limit break, so they just shorten it down to break, or at least that's just the rough translation.
Limit break. Final Fantasy.
Mm.
Speedrun. Round 2.
Speedrun Kai. No.
Speedrun Kai. Yes.
But yeah,
Okay.
level 2 unit HP has been increased to 14,500. Units anti-ballistic modifier has been increased to 21. Anti-beam has been increased to 14. Anti-melee has been increased to 28.
Now that's a big
Unit's
deal.
thruster has been increased from 60 to 65. And unit's maneuver armor skill has been bumped up to level 2.
That's kind of nice.
10% damage reduction. Increase the stun threshold for maneuver armor. BB, rawr, and take it off with some generals when you do it.
Yes. And no, a little bit, but at least take it off the generals.
I don't know. They definitely need to make it better. Maneuver armor. or supplement it with, or every raid that has maneuver armor and doesn't have the stagger build up skill needs to get it too. And tell us how much it increases the stagger value.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
or make it or increase that.
I know they're trying not to clutter it too much, but like if you're gonna expand the stats once, just do it again. Like just cover everything.
I know, especially on important skills like that. I would like to know how much it protects everything.
Okay, well, before we actually continue talking about this suit, because it is space, and I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about space, and then we could jump to clan matches and stuff after that.
Mm.
What do we want to talk about as far as like the other stuff? So maxi boost on though, we were bringing that up. So that is currently on the.
It's not.
Singapore?
It's on Singapore and it's in Europe. Apparently, the Europe client has it, but we don't have it.
Okay.
They might be rolling out NA a little bit later, possibly, but I'd probably just download a Singapore client.
Yeah, I just kind of went and looked around. I'm gonna have to make a new
It's
account.
kind of a
I guess.
bummer though. Like I made an exception for battle operation, but I don't know if I want to make an exception for this. Like if you're gonna bring it to the S, then like include it in the events. If not, then I'm just not gonna play this.
Yeah, I'll
just
probably
wait for the actual release to drop.
So yeah, pretty much just in that case, Emblem. Just if you're gonna play it, if Gustav, if you're not, but yeah, if either of you are gonna play it, and you know there's gonna be a group of like 3 or 4 people going, let me know.
I'm sure guys definitely will be. Like, as someone who plays Super Robot Wars, I've had a Singapore account for a while now, so it's not like I had to do anything extra in order to play the game or download it for that matter. So I'll definitely be doing it.
I'll have to not be lazy then and make a new account then. But might have a European account already, so might be able to just do that then. Just hoping we find out that it rolls out for us tonight or something like that. But that could be a thing too. It could be just where time zones. So,
yeah, I think it's time zones for sure.
I'm hoping for too.
Yeah,
like,
so by the time I wake up tomorrow morning,
like super late, and it'll just be on there.
Yeah,
because I'm pretty sure it's already tomorrow. In most of the places where it's already able to download, and it's supposed to be starting tomorrow. Although I think it was, well, that's for English. I think the English page is saying it's like 8 p.m. Start time on Friday or something like that.
You have an English page for that?
Well, there's a whole video.
Twitter for it.
okay,
there is an English page on the Namco Bandai site, but sorry, I guess I should have said the YouTube video where they announced it for the West.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped about that. That's pretty much. I'm gonna have like PS Plus for like.
Interesting that they delayed the pre-order stuff. I wonder if that's actually. I don't think they said anything about it affecting the actual release date, though.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about anything being delayed at the very least.
Because that was the reason that we were talking about it, or the fact that they were expanding the playtime at all. was because of the pre-orders themselves.
So is that what, the 30th July, the release date, right?
That's what I heard the release date is, but I don't think it's a placeholder given how close we are.
Yeah, I would hope
Hopefully.
not. Like, hopefully that doesn't change. It was just for the pre-orders.
Yeah. So that'd be cool. Okay, so then we have we might be getting a new I mean right now it's only on the JP side of this, but I'm hoping that they include the if you pre-ordered it or if you
Oh, the
are
navigator.
actually the navigator thing. That'd be kind of cool if they did that for the Western players as well on the
Yeah, we
UJP.
haven't heard anything on the US side about this game since that video. Like,
Yeah, so that'll
that's
be.
the other
I will
bigger gripe
say,
for this thing.
one thing I would like them to do with the navigators, now that we have this example of them adding characters from other media,
Put real life
is kind of
characters in there.
well, no. I mean that too. But actually, I was taking a different direction with this. Is add like on GVS at the end of a match or whatever, the actual navigator will have their
Oh,
image.
they say stuff. Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
I think now I would like to be able to see the navigators. Like, it probably should have been a
that'd
thing
be neat.
before, or maybe
guess-
that's just something they need to add with new ones.
Would people think it
but
would be
they should
too
pop up.
busy or not? Like, where would you put it on
Well,
the UI? I guess.
I mean, at the end of the match, there's plenty of room for them to just slide in on the side before you go to the detailed breakdown.
At the end of the match.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like
fair.
they could have it in game 2, I guess. I more just meant like just show them at the end of the game.
Yeah, that's one thing. Because I was thinking like they also do that in Versus with it just like them popping up
with the
on
little
side
tiny
on occasion.
box that pops up. Yeah.
I was figuring if they were gonna do one, they'd probably do the other two.
Yeah. Like I would like that as an option I can turn on and off.
Right, it's for sure.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like,
away.
I guess if it's in the top left corner of the screen or something, it wouldn't be doing too much in regards to like blocking your line of sight.
And this
But
game kind of sucks already, and some suits just eat up the entire screen. So I hope they wouldn't go that far.
I mean, at that point, like your mobile suit blocks your view anyway. The tiny little waifu box won't hurt anything.
I mean, my thing though,
you can't see extra parts of the screen. Yeah, as a post match thing, yeah, that'd be cool.
I just want to see like
dialogue anyway, just because I'm assuming they still got those guys in their back pocket.
Oh yeah, for real though. But like, I want to see because you know how like my favorite one is like Neidhard pops out. He's like, "Sugoi!" is great. I just
having
want to see him
Neidhard
actually
cut-ins would be cool.
Yeah, actually animate that instead of just hearing his voice. I will say though, when you lose and it was really close like that, and he just goes Sugoi, I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, that made it feel a little bit better. The salt has been lifted a little bit. We good.
And then whatever he says. I was seeing Neidhard just like, oh
wait,
shit,
no,
that
that's what he's saying. He's not saying Sugoi. He's saying Oishi. That's what it was. Yeah, right. But yeah. That's what it was. But yeah, he'll go Oishi, and then I'm just like, yeah.
Oishi.
He said the thing.
I'm just like, yeah, woo. That made me smile a little bit inside. I'm the salt is about 20% less than it would have been. But yeah. Anything else extra that we want to cover right now before we get into the space, and then we can go to plan stuff, and then we can start
all that
wrapping it
stuff
up.
for Versus is kind of just pending. Like we'll just have to see how it unfolds over the day.
More crossover stuff would be
Yes.
my last thing about it.
Yes, please, though. But yeah, I figured we go ahead and tangent whatever was going to tangent here, and then I'll just go ahead and put space and clans. But yeah, so space. This is some cool buffs for this suit, but again, it's space, which is what we're getting in the clan match. Saturday morning,
Mm-hmm.
which is going to be fun after I try to attempt to pull an all-nighter. But we'll see what happens. But yeah,
Good luck with that.
I mean, it's kind of, we were just kind of like, here's the stats, and then that was it. And
Yeah.
because, I mean, Emblem, you're the only one I think out of all of us that has a striker Kai, right? Or Gustav, do you have one?
I
I
have
do
one.
have
I don't
one.
know if I had the level 2 though.
Yeah, I don't know if I had level 2 either. I'd have to look. I might, but I don't get
It's
into
not something
space
that I
very
use
often.
super often, just because
Mm-hmm.
if I'm trying to get into my space matches, I just want to get through them and like not be so pissed. So like my bigger raid darling for that is usually just the Saikimizaku. But it's a straight buff, right? Like it's able to survive a little bit better. It seems like it can move a bit
Mhm.
better too. Like it all goes towards just that suit being a little bit more enjoyable for people who run it hard. Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's one of the unique suits for space. So more often than not, people are gonna want to try to get some time with it if they're gonna do space at all.
Magnum,
So
what we're saying is we're old types, and all we can do is generalize based on the information. No
AKA
real
space is
experience.
trash.
I mean,
Space is hard.
like, I tend to one trick, but I don't know. I really like space. I mean, we've talked about this before, but
Mhm.
I don't know. Again, I really like space, but it just feels like there's so much extra work to put in to learn space. And I'm glad they changed the recent speed thing. And so that's one reason why I want to bring this up, is because the Dom Barrage, I've complained about it before. And I feel like having the turn speed to kind of compete and having the speed just to kind of compete a little bit better now has made the Dom Barrage feel so much better, that I was complaining about maybe the missiles or having some other buff or rebalancing certain things. And literally just some quality of life of movement has made it feel so much better to play in space, because, oh, here's this really fast spacesuit that's just going to move in, I have no clue which direction. And I'm going to choose to lean my missile barrage a little bit to the right this time. Oh, they're going that way, I can't react. Now it's like, oh, they're going that way, so I hit them with 2. I hit them with the first missile and maybe with 2 more because I kind of put it a little bit ahead on the path that they're going.
Right.
Whereas before it was like, okay, I'm going to go this way. Oh, they're already gone. And come on, please help. Okay, nope. Oh, well, maybe we'll get them next time. But even that's after getting the stun beam too. So it's like, unless you're like right up in their face, and then that little weird aiming thing happens where your missiles just decide to fly that way or backwards behind you for some reason,
Goodbye.
because physics. Yeah, and then when that happens, that's a whole nother frustration. It just makes me want
Reticles
to.
and surfaces in this game are still fucked.
Yeah, it just makes me want to throw a controller. Oh, I just remembered
That's
something.
not even server based. That's just engine based.
Yeah, that's the shuttle thing. Real quick, anybody around the shuttle? If you're gonna get melee, if you're gonna tackle, whatever you're gonna do, be careful when you're next to the shuttle doing anything. You can get turned
'Cause you'll
sideways,
flip
backwards.
around.
You can tackle backwards. You can it gets all kinds of crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Watch where your reticle is in relation to like your camera and stuff, because if it's on the shuttle's surface or certain parts of it when you're towards the center, it will think you're facing that way and it will flip you all the way backwards.
Yep.
When you're trying to do swings or tackles, and you
I've
will
got
not go where you want to go.
I've got
They
like
still haven't addressed it. They still haven't fixed it. It's still a thing in this game, and some other spots in different maps still do it.
yeah, it is a whole lot of bad. I've got like 3 clips. Chad sent me a clip, and I was like, well, here, I see your clip and raise you 2 more. Man, that was oof.
People
I
are
told him the
also
act
seeing the
guy.
Dodge Customs beam just like ping off into space like missiles
Oh
too.
my.
They'll
Oh,
literally
man.
shoot it down and forward, and it will just like bring it and go upward.
That's sad.
So yeah, this game is still pretty fucky in ways that it probably shouldn't be for being almost 2 years old.
I like how it looked like it would bounce. You thought it was like actually bouncing off of a surface for the beam for the
Some of the Mark III.
yeah, the Mark III. I couldn't remember what it was, but the Mark III, and then it was just like, oh, it's just the game mechanics breaking.
The Unremarkable 3.
That was funny. Oof.
I see what you did there, Christoph.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh man. I don't know.
Not to be compared
earlier...
to its younger brother, the Remarkable 2.
Ooh.
Yep, the Amazing 2.
See, there's a few people that
Their parents definitely favored one over the other.
Like literally, like an hour ago, there was a few comments about Mark III for life. Yay!
Oh god, Mark III
so
stands.
I'm just like, oof.
Yeah. Woohoo, guys!
I will
Have
say though, it
fun,
feels like I do a
you
little bit damage.
scamps.
Like I think its ballistic armor might actually be pretty good. I feel like I do less damage to it than I do like a Mark II. So it's got that.
I mean,
going
it's
for it,
not
at
a
least.
type advantage against it though. Like you'll get there.
Oh yeah, I still wreck it, but it's like I don't completely decimate it like I do.
You know
Mark
what that
II.
is? Like when we talk about the MLRS being so busted, that's why. Because it doesn't lean on beams. It's just an old school, like, this is just straight up ballistic barf.
You intensify
Anything
the
that hits you
barrage.
is going to hit you for like a good amount of fucking damage. Because they're not defending for that anymore after a certain cost.
Oh, and by the way, just as some more salt, melee priority from Hikaru. For real though, like they need to really fix that stuff so that raids will actually have an advantage over the Mark II. Since we're on the Mark II, let's go ahead and just bring a little more Mark II
They
salt.
should have put
into
it down to 2.
It did their initial
real.
nerfs that they can point at it anytime someone brings up having to nerf it further. It's like, but we did. It's like, yeah, not barely. It's still doing everything it can, but like with slightly less damage, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, 5% is nothing. They also did that, which also annoys me too. Here we go. I'll add some raid salt in here. That the good flight type just got kind of decimated. Saying.
Yeah, and then the fucking flight test got like a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, it's like
how dare you do good things?
I don't think it got decimated though.
Well,
like
in comparison to the flight test,
it got decimated enough that it just got like put in the back row. Like people aren't as eager to bring it out as much as they used to be.
I just think it got harder to play.
Worked.
Well, I mean,
like you actually have to get in there. Yeah. Like you can't just be like teehee daka the entire game. You actually have to play it like it's a raid and get in there.
That was the
good players already were.
It, though, and I mean that was the other thing though. Is just like now it's just a fucking Scooty suit, and if you want that, you have other better examples of Scooty suits that do the same shit but better.
Yeah, you can't really fly in
specifically.
Melee. Like you have the approach of being like literally what I was afraid of when we talked
like you
about
might as well not
coming,
even fly at that point.
I said, if the nerf's coming, then what are they going to do with it? Is it going to turn into a way to get around the map, and you're always going to be on the ground when you're actually fighting because you're going to get knocked out of the sky too much? Which, ding ding ding, that's what happened.
Ding 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 indeed.
Whereas the flight test can stand back and shoot because it doesn't have to get into melee, and its melee kind of is a little wonky to use anyway. So you just stay back and shoot. Now, I do agree, and I would say before you wanted to get in there and fight, but the problem is you could get in there and pretty much get a guaranteed melee on something before you were knocked out of the sky. So I think they just need to bump it up just a little bit, and it might fix it because, again, right now it's just a glorified jump that you just don't have to take as much time to get up from point A to point B and then
it's
down.
just a really flashy Scooty suit.
It's a big deal.
I mean,
it is a big deal, but inevitably you just end up like there's probably a team out there that could definitely make some use of it.
Yeah. It also just feels like now it's a big deal that's going to get you killed faster because you're still going to be hovering around the ground a lot longer than you normally would be taking to the sky.
I don't know. I mean, I think in that case, like I'll tell you right now, I personally think that it's still very versatile in its current state. like you just have to play it smart. Like I think the thing about the flight type now is like, you know, granted, I think it was fine in its current form because there's a lot of stuff going on. It's just really hard to interact with, but you know, it's feeling the weight of it being a red now. You know, like it's easier to interact with, and you know, if it wasn't a raid, do you think it would still be in a bad spot? Like it just has it just sounds like what you guys are telling me are just like raid problems now. You know.
Yeah,
right.
and I
Well,
mean that's the
the
thing though.
problem.
Like that's
Yeah.
still an overarching problem for these in general, and we have another example that's doing the same shit with just a slightly different kit that didn't get hit that bad by it.
Yeah, that's the other
But I
thing
mean, if
too.
that's the case, then like that just sounds like Stockholm syndrome on your part because you're just used to those things sucking in general.
Oh
So you're
yeah,
just gonna
don't
get
worry.
used to it.
Like I was that was gonna be my next point right there. Just like, you know, I'm already abused, so it's
Oh
too late
man.
for me.
So
But
you're just gonna justify it
like,
regardless. Like
yeah,
you're killing me here.
Well, okay,
but
so
Especially
like,
for how much that we
I'll
roast
just
raids in general. Like
I'll
and we
just
do
say
it out
this.
of love, but it also I
Yeah,
just think we have to admit this thing fucking sucks now.
I still disagree. Like
okay, well I
jumping
wouldn't say
fucking
that
sucks.
I
You're easily able to access high areas. You can melee into fucking air. Holy shit! I wish there was like at least one other raid
yeah, you
that
can't
can
get
do that.
countered. You
Like,
can't get
oh my
countered if you
god.
melee in
I
the
mean, the
air.
bigger answer to that is that you're still gonna get swatted out of the air when you commit to any of that once. And then you're just gonna get melted like every other raid on the ground, except you scoot a little bit more sometimes.
Well, and here's my big
I don't
issue.
think it's a downside though. You know how many times I've been shot out of the air trying to jump up to a building? At least I have resistance. Like I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like
Okay,
it's just
well,
part of
I mean,
getting up there.
like, so I still play it on mountain every now and then, right? Because you can
Mhm.
get around
For
mountain
sure.
really easy. So
Like everything's literally cramped in there, so it's a little bit easier to just get where you want to be.
and the building thing is a big deal on port base. So I've played it on port base. I've played it on deserted city, and from what I've went against though is either a sniper suit that breaks your shield because your shield has like nothing for HP, so
Yeah, it's
that's
like a
annoying,
free
and
stun.
then you
Just
fall out of
smack
the
out of the
sky
air.
because of that. But then when I get up, then I'm like, okay, round 2, let's go. And then I, you know, if as long as there's no general on me, then I either run away and hope that they can't follow me well enough, or I then get to the support at that point because they try to snipe me, and then I just melee them, and because they try to tackle me, and what the tackle does, it just bumps me out of the air, and then I just melee them again,
Oof.
you know.
Mhm.
And I mean, with there's maps that it works on, but like you
I think it
definitely are
works a
not
little
gonna
bit better
take it
for
on like
mountain
desert.
in that regard because it's harder for them to reach you than it is on like we were just saying it, Arctic base. Arctic base has a map that's a little bit easier to traverse when it comes to those vertical spots.
My biggest complaint though is where the test type is playing range. So, but you can't play ranged anymore with the suit really. You do almost no damage, even to supports, with your Gatling. Fair enough. They want it to be a melee suit. Cool. I can get behind that, right? Your Sturmfaust still chunks. That's awesome. So you still can get in there and combo really well. The thing is, my biggest issue is now you pretty much can get shot out of the sky just by about anything way too easily. And that's
I
kind
mean,
of the
now the
issue.
flight skill is just on par with maneuver armor. You're a down to earth raid now.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty
While
much
also
it.
literally
Like,
having flight in your name, but you know.
and then you
Yeah.
get and then
I mean,
you get
maybe the phrase just wasn't good, but I mean,
but
you
like
just have maneuver armor in the air. Like it's they just made it just as bad as maneuver armor currently is.
yeah, I mean
Um,
that's my problem with it because you're putting
Yeah, so
yourself out
like
there to
that's
get
not even
hit
a plus,
more.
which is such a bummer.
Yeah, like you're getting hit more, so you probably should have a little bit better stagger threshold than maneuver armor has. And I know you're already arguing that
I'm
maneuver armor
convinced
needs
maneuver armor
stagger
doesn't change
threshold.
your stagger threshold.
You
Personally,
know what it is? It doesn't because you're just running into the bullets faster because it's encouraging you to run into people. It's encouraging the wrong
Okay,
behavior, which
maybe it
totally
doesn't.
negates its advantage.
Maybe maneuver armor doesn't actually give you better stagger threshold, but this at least gives you stagger threshold so that maybe it literally is just maneuver armor in the air now. Holy
I
crap!
mean that's
that's
what it
kind of
feels
what
like
they
now.
wanted it to be.
Yeah.
I think it was better
Oof.
before.
I mean, I feel like it like if they nerfed it by half, they need to bump it up by like another 10%, if that makes any sense, right? Like
Mm.
it needs a little bit of a bump. Not much, but I think it needs a little bit of a bump. The only thing is then it does buff the test type a little bit, which I don't think the test type needs anything. If anything, like here we go, make flight level. Does it have flight level 2 already or whatever? Make flight level 3 and have the level 3 bump it up a little bit and have the flight have whatever the lower version is that it, and then have it have the less version and we good. But it feels like the flight test type didn't get changed at all because its range damage didn't get changed at all, really. But
No,
it's
and it was
mainly
still
a ranged
prominent
suit.
in clan matches as opposed to like the flight type in and of itself. Like
Yeah.
that was another big indicator in terms of just like never mind what it can and can't do, like it's not even being adapted in the meta like it used to be. And that's pretty rough.
So I
And that was already a stretch because it was already a raid.
so I think it's funny. I think we started talking about the space stuff, and then we got on raids, and now we're on like raids. So
I mean, towards that end though, like if we want to talk about like clan matches, raids and
yeah.
clan matches, like I learned the hard way that those pretty much got phased out, especially in this round.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do the
Like
clan matches, and then we'll talk about what we think clan matches in space are gonna
like
be.
I tried to go assault, you know, for a good amount of it just because it had a good balance of like decent range. It could chunk at melee when things got too close. And we were doing the whole like stay on the bridge strategy because we were on Arctic base. But I just didn't have the output because there was so many generals on the other team. The only thing I would be fighting that I had advantage against, and that's even if they ran a support, was either support or on rare cases the other raid that they had. But the other raid was also trying to get the support, so I'm like trying to peel them off and then getting my ass cheeks clapped by the rest of the generals, depending on what's happening. So eventually we just went all generals and like one support, and that was a lot smoother.
Yeah, I mean, where we did the like scrimmage match against you guys like the night before, like that's exactly the conclusion I came to. It's just like, okay, they had some raids, we had some raids. This is just a bad idea. Let's try to do all generals and one support if we can. If somebody really is just feeling froggy and wants to do raid, that's cool, but only one raid. No more than one raid because that's just you're just asking to get wrecked.
It was
And
interesting because one of our top players in the clan matches before the simple matches that we did a while back, Lala, who I think is just like one of our JP players, was running Shiki the entire time and it was amazing, right? So you see examples like that, much like those highlight reels, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe this isn't too bad. But it's like, no, there's just people who are exceptions to the rules, not the suits themselves.
pretty much like which exactly what I was saying. If that's your suit and you're feeling froggy and that's what you want to do, then fair enough. I'm okay with it. This one though, we were kind of trying to take it a little more seriously, try to put in some work. We had some really cool games, and ended up playing against Bradderfield, so that was really cool. Played against his team, and honestly, that was the most fun I had. Just saying, like that was probably the most fun match, just because we were really going hard, and you could tell they were trying, they were coordinated. And so the strat that we were using was top of the bridge, using the high bridge there. So the support sits on that. The generals defend, kind of pretty much the same strat that Inland was talking about from the same type of strat, and kind of the strat we talked about last week is doing something similar to that. And we did, and it seemed to work out really well for the most part. But the thing is, they weren't having it. They stayed at their base, and we're like, we're not approaching that. You come to us.
Yep, they
So
just hit at range.
luckily, we still coming from that side. You still have the higher areas, so you can get more peaks on them. And we ended up taking one guy out, but it was a big poke fest, and we were like it was back and forth. So we actually like I think we got 2 kills, then they got 1, then we got like another one, but then they picked up 2 finally, and it just was kind of like a back and forth. And then like we pushed through them at one point, then they pushed through us at the end, and then just the timer ran out, and I think they won by like 1 or 2 kills or something like that. It was an insanely close match. And like I said, that was the most fun I had that entire clan match thing, because it was just we were really like the teamwork was on point, and you could tell both sides were really communicating, going back and forth. It was fantastic. Like those are my kind of favorite games when they're close, and they're close because of like proper teamwork.
Yeah, and I will say, like, it's fun, but those kind of matches aren't ideal. You want them to be blowouts if you're actually trying to get in the top 100,
And yeah, that's the other
because that's
thing.
how you get the unfortunately, that's how you get the 1,000+ like scores to try to get your average up.
Yeah, this time we were kind of going more for wins than go advance.
Just
Charge.
push their shit in the whole time. Let's go.
You have to crush them utterly, decisive victory.
Yeah, you have to make them not want to play the game anymore in order for you to get
Pretty
in the
much.
top 100.
Yep, pretty much. So
Battle Op does a good job of making a in-game victory feel like it was still a loss.
Yeah,
Like, damn, we won, but it sure was a waste of time.
yeah, that's
and that's one thing about this game's reward system in general. It's just like, man,
Also, that just might come from me not playing enough competitive stuff. Like Magnum would like order matches a league that felt like that sometimes, where you win, but it still felt like you got nothing
didn't do
accomplished.
anything. Yeah,
well, I feel
Yeah.
like not exactly, because you're literally just I mean, it's like playing for rating, right?
right.
And that's about the
Mhm.
only time that you ever play for anything is rating. It's not like there's an extra reward, because you just can get all the champions and stuff. Like suits
Just
aren't
throw
tied
money at
to
it.
it.
Well,
Well, I mean, the thing is, you don't even have to throw money at it if you're putting in enough time. Now, the argument
Mhm.
these days is there's so many champions, you'd have to play as much time as I played to begin with to get there to that point. So I guess
the
there's
like
that
stand a
point. So
chance. Yeah. So like
touche.
for new players, the answer is still going to be just throw money at it. Lol.
Yeah.
But like for
Or
longtime players, like you can get there eventually.
but if you know the champions you want, at least you can just straight up, because it would be like if you could buy everything for DP in this.
Mm.
Like just
We have a lot of like limiters though, right? Because like not everything's in there, and then on top of that, you have to be at certain levels in terms of your ranking to get access to what's already in there.
yep. And it's just because they throw all that extra stuff into this game, that's why these wins sometimes don't feel as good as they could, because there's a second goal other than just win the game.
Mhm.
Like you should get
Yeah.
rewarded for just the win the game part. Like
They need to have like a better feedback loop essentially for that. And
yeah.
they don't get it.
So I mean, so my answer to that,
Maybe the
no, other
secondary
games
rewards should
don't.
just be better.
Yeah.
That too. Like it's cool to have it because it's rare, but like when are you actually gonna play it that often? Not to mention they've all
Well,
been raids too, right? So like raid
I'm not
life,
talking about the mobile suit. Like, I feel like the mobile suit
just put
goal is what
extra
you're going for
stuff in
there.
there.
Yeah, because I mean, the secondary rewards, what I mean is like the banner that you get added to your clan
Mm,
Oh yeah.
interface
the pat
and
on the
the
back.
piddling amount of DP that they.
That's not
I
even
really
worth
don't.
mentioning at that point.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
really don't
didn't
even
even
like
think
the
about
DP
it.
rewards.
Like I just focus on the
Um,
suit, like because the rest of
yeah,
that's just stuff you can get in a day. Like who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying though. It'd be nice if they actually had something a little bit more worth going for, especially in a high competitive aspect. Because like the mobile suit's nice, but like maybe they should improve the participation awards a little bit
Ooh,
more.
yeah.
Maybe actually give out tickets or
Yeah, tickets would be
tokens or
the
something
bigger
like
thing,
that.
I would say.
I mean, here's something very simple that I don't think would break their economy much at all. Um, since you're playing as a clan, have a
Mhm.
bonus to clan points.
That'd be a
Like
thing too.
every time you play, and that would give a reason to just win, right? Because there's some clans who,
Mhm.
like, to be honest, we had some good games, but you had to get like what 3,110, I think, was the two tied at like
At bottom, yeah.
99th. Yeah. So we ended up with like I think like around 2,500 or something like that.
Yeah,
You guys had
same.
what 27, something like that.
We were like
Um,
25, 26. We were about the same as
or
you
oh
guys.
yeah, I think 27 or 28 was emblems group.
Yeah, I
Um,
think Team No Pants or I think Tri Pants is 29 and some change, if
or
I
maybe that
remember
was
what
it.
it
Yeah.
said.
Anyway, point being is all three groups got under, but for every win that we had, what if you got like essentially because you played a bunch of games and won, boom, there's a token for playing as a clan that day for those 2
Hmm.
hours and doing very well.
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
bonus.
that'd be nice.
Like you get what was it 30,000 for so like maybe you get
Because I guess I
I
want to
can
see
find
the
the current
statistics
rewards.
for how many like of these clans and how many people in the clans are actually participating per event. Like
yeah. Oh,
I
that
look
would
for
bring
next
more
time.
people in.
any kudos to them for upping the stability, but I also didn't seem like it really affected anything. So I kind of wonder how many people are actually playing,
Yeah, was
in
there just
terms
a
of
drop
capacity.
off or yeah.
And
So
like
here's the rewards
if
right
there was a
now.
drop off for this, like I can only imagine what the drop off may be for the one coming out this weekend. That might be an entirely different top 100 that gets in there.
Maybe.
That's another thing. Like, you know, reward these clans that are constantly getting up there, but like they're also literally just like encouraging people to drop their clan and should try to get into these other clans because otherwise, like the top 100 is always going to stay the same.
Yeah. And then like I would say like so it's 30,000 points just to get a clan level up. So what if you got 5,000 points just for a win? Maybe that might be a little too high, but maybe 2,500 or something like that, right?
The idea is
So
there
Or
then you
like
though.
just
I
play,
like
feel like.
some sort
yeah,
of like boosted bonus for playing within that amount
Mhm.
of time. It'd be the same as like boosted XP like periods and
yeah.
stuff
Like
like that.
you end up getting enough points though, essentially, to where you could level a clan once in that period if
Yeah,
enough people were playing. That would just get more people on in general just to play during that time. So
because
But I
then
got the rewards that you get listed up. Aside from the mobile suit, what I'll call secondary rewards, I guess the primary first time big secondary reward is getting Neidhart as an operator, and some people might not even care about that, honestly. But
it's not a
yeah,
waifu, so I kind of didn't bother with him. It's neat that he's there though.
wait, come on, Neidhart's the freaking husbando to base camp. 41st through 100th place get a whopping 5,000 DP.
Ooh,
11th through 40th get 10,000 DP. 4th through 10th get 15,000 DP. And 1st through 3rd get 20,000 DP.
Woo.
ooh.
Woo!
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah, I
mean,
mean,
I do need
sure, you
DP
have
right
Neidhart.
now, but at the same time, woo.
Be still, my beating heart.
Yeah, kind of
It's a
rip.
little rough. Like I've already said it in some of my outros. Like if you guys don't show up for the space one, I won't be mad. Like
For
don't
real.
worry about it. Like,
Yeah,
and that's the bigger thing. Like, I guess their constellation is supposed to be like, well, we're lowering the requirement for the suit, intermittently for all this. And it's like, yeah, but that just encourages like the same teams to get in there and then try to hold their spot so that they'll eventually get it. There's no like fluctuation in the meantime.
yeah, that's the other thing too. I mean, I don't know. Like again, coming back to the point to where it just feels bad even after you win. Just I haven't been thinking about that too much, just because I'm like, hey guys, we got together, we played as a team. Woo,
We have to
that
try
was
to place in the
fun.
first place before we can feel bad.
Yeah, pretty much. Like that's the other thing too. Like the
But then, like, once and if we get to that point, like, we're just gonna be foot stilling other like clans out of like standing a chance.
yeah.
But
So
that's why it's supposed to be the sweaty competitive mode, right?
right. But again, I still think there's a better way to go about doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like other games have just more all-inclusive rewards and stuff, just for doing stuff in their games in general as compared to this one. So like maybe they'll get there, maybe they won't.
So anyway, the Space Clan stuff. Any ideas on what you guys think about Space Clan stuff? I mean, really, at this point, with what we've kind of already said, sure, I guess it'll be fun. YOLO.
Space
Shooting some
fucking
people.
sucks. Oh my god.
Space is hard. I think I'm pretty sure the basic state of the game won't be any different in regards to team comp as far as like support general raid or whatever.
Especially when it's target shuffle too, like you're gonna have to play it really safe.
Yeah, there's the. I mean, it is 6v6, right?
Yep.
So that's another thing. So you could do, since it's target shuffle, you can kind of treat it like a basic match a little bit and probably run 2 supports, or since it is space, maybe 1 support and all generals and then 1 raid. So there's that. But
like I don't mind the map that they chose at the very least, but like I think the cost is what, $450?
Is it 450? Yeah, it's 450. That's right. Because I was like, today I was like, why am I?
450 6v6 target shuffle is what we're looking at here.
I was like, why am I in the unit 4 in space? What was I thinking? I was like, oh yeah, that's right. We were trying to do some practice stuff. Got it. Okay.
Acknowledged brain.
Yeah. But yeah, it'll be kind of fun. Again, kind of the same thing. If people can make it cool, like I said, I figured I'd do some practice just because keeping the clan stuff alive.
Consistent, yeah.
And I mean, it just depends on what's going on that day with Path of Exile and how awake I'm feeling. Because if I'm feeling awake, then
this is gonna be another
go hard.
By the way, like we had our fun with the reasonable hours last time, but we're back to the morning shit now.
Yeah. So, and then if I'm if I'm feeling tired, I might just do the practice and just call it a night. But because I am gonna try to get the boss done for that new league, so I think that'll be cool. So, but again, yeah, same kind of message though. Anybody in my group, if you can't make it, then don't like hurt yourself.
Yeah, one thing I've kind of done on my end as of late, especially for these late night matches, is I've decided that if we don't have like enough opt-ins by like 12 hours before the start of the match, I'm just gonna start calling it off. Just because of the times and such, it's kind of unfair to have those people like stand by on the ready so early in the morning. So as not to just have people force themselves to wake up out of their schedule or whatever.
Yeah,
that's something I've been doing.
That's probably a good way to do it.
Like, yeah, the weird thing is that, like, for me in my Discord, I always had those 1 or 2 people who like have a million social media things and don't pay attention to any of them, and then they'll show up the day of like, hey, are we doing clan matches? Like, did you not see like any of the announcements that we did for like the entire week? Like, why are you here now?
I would definitely be one of those people though. But so I can see that a little bit.
People filter through things. Like I've had kind of problems like that on the Discord, trying to coordinate things. We'll be trying to set things up. It's like, oh, this happened. I was like, yeah, dude, just like literally, you just need to scroll up a little bit.
Like,
you
use your fucking eyeballs, like, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I have a bad. I mean, I'm that guy who doesn't check his email either. You didn't go through a time warp.
You just weren't paying attention, like actively. So in some cases,
I don't check my email or anything like that either. So, but again, I mean, my thing is I'm like, you know, if I'm the guy who shows up, though, be like, so are we doing clan matches? Okay, cool, no big deal, right? Like, That's the thing. If somebody's like, "Oh man, why aren't people here?" Then it's like, "Really, dude?" That's definitely that's the big
Yeah, I mean,
like.
That's the big rip.
ultimately in that case, and it might be seem a little bit harsh, but if you put out notice and they come anyway, like it's on them.
Yeah,
If they're like, hey, what the heck, what happened? And you're like, bro, there was all this stuff. Like at that point, the fault lies on them. So
yeah, pretty
whatever.
much. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to add that in there too, just because. But yeah, real quick, before we get into the, I guess, suit speculation, because I guess that's the last thing for clans, unless you guys want to talk about anything else, space clans or the clan matches Saturday.
Too many utterances of the word clan in one thing. I think we're good.
Okay, seems legit. Something clan matches.
GS3 joined up.
Oh yeah, there you go. See, there we go. GS3 for Gustav with capital GS.
Yep, and 3.
Number 3.
Yes, number 3.
Did I imagine that the tags actually allowed for like the whole
Oh,
thing, like
gosh.
what those would look like? Oh god.
Oh my. MNG with capital M and capital G for mine, and then T3P, capital T and capital P, right? Emblem for yours.
Oh yeah, Team Tripants. Capital T, number 3, capital P.
There you go. And yeah. But there's something we forgot to talk about early on in the intro, if we want to do it now. Emblem didn't watch something that me and you watched last week.
Oh, that's right.
PlayStation
How
conference.
much of that do you remember?
So, well, we want to.
Good call, Gustav.
Well, we want to talk about that real quick, or do we want to go into suit speculation?
This is a test of his memory.
Okay, so PS5.
That's up to you guys. I mean, honestly, like I feel like I can paraphrase it pretty hard. Like my entire conference was me being like, oh, it's like that game, but it's not.
Yeah.
Like when I came to your stream the other day, Gustav, and we were talking about whatever the game where the robots you play as the cat. And I was like, oh, it's
bringing up
untitled
these
cat
other
game.
examples, yeah.
Yeah. Like they're doing all this stuff, and the cat shows like, oh, you plays the cat. It's untitled cat game. Like that was literally what I said during the thing. It's like, okay, cool, okay. There were good.
It's like an artsier, like dramatic version of it, but yeah, totally.
So like, I was gonna say I can pull up the game list and we can just do some thoughts on the games if you want to do that.
We can do that. I like that idea.
And I'm typing in PS5 game list and hoping they actually. Yes, thank you.
Did they actually? Like,
Yes, it was actually in Google.
Right?
It's actually in Google proper. Like we good.
So while he's bringing it up, who else saw the PlayStation 5 and said it was a modem?
I mean, literally the entire internet.
I think everybody.
Like, that was one of the bigger
like
consensus.
I've got a picture
Oh
of the
gosh.
PS10, by the way. It's that
Is,
air filter
I
picture.
saw your
that I got.
giant
new
fan.
ones,
That was funny.
It's modem and mini fridge for the Xbox, right?
Yeah,
Those have been the two predominant memes for the consoles themselves.
I had the coffin dance with the
Oh my God.
PS5
Yeah.
carrying the mini fridge.
Gotta get those PlayStation stands in there. Got their memes ready.
Oh yeah.
Take that.
I've even seen PS5 waifu
My
edition.
brand is superior. Yeah, I've seen a little bit. I'm sure it'll get better over time too.
Oh yeah, we gotta turn the PS5 into a waifu. Even though in the picture Dragon put on Discord, I think her like swimsuit thing or whatever was a tad bit too small. Like,
might have
but
been
whatever.
The point, but you know,
yeah, probably.
Okay, so we have, and this was the weirdest thing. Grand Theft Auto 5
That
again,
as their opener was weird.
like, what were they thinking with that?
I agree. It's like, why are we opening the PlayStation 5 conference with an old game? Like, really?
That really screamed to me like this is the demographic that they're trying to go for with this whole thing, and I was like, oh no, the rest of the games I'm not gonna give a fuck about, am I?
So, I guess they paid a lot of money for them to have that there at the beginning. Sure. Cool. So that was the thing.
That set a really stupid tone.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate.
Yeah, so then we got some cool stuff. Then it was Spider-Man with Miles Morales there, which
It
Mhm.
had its own controversy, like right after the conference too.
oh yeah,
I can
like
see people thinking it, being like raw or just pretty much DLC for the original game,
Yeah.
kind of
but
thing.
then they said
And
the
then
word
they reeled
standalone,
it back like it's a standalone, but it's also still based on like the old stuff. So
but
like
it's like
I don't know.
it's apparently like in the same engine, so it's just like its own standalone game. But the thing is, apparently they've done that before, and it
Mhm.
only been like 4 to 6 hours of gameplay for the
Which
actual
sounds like
game.
an expansion to me. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how people receive that once it's actually like all the way out.
Yeah.
Just because of how that took off.
So then I accidentally hit the wrong button there. Back to this. There we go. Gran Turismo 7. Of course, the every time a new console comes out, they have to
Oh,
show off.
hold on, real quick. I don't think I think the point was to get my take on it. And I just want to put this on there. Like the new Spider-Man is whatever for me, just in case you were under my thoughts on it. I
Oh,
didn't play the first one. I have no interest in playing the second,
Oof.
the extension DLC, however like they want to look at it or phrase it. So, but go ahead.
okay.
I
No,
want
no,
to put
no.
that out there too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with that said, too, I want to play the first one and this, but I'm not going out of my way. Like, this is a get it on sale and then we'll stream it one day kind of thing.
Mhm.
Is pretty much where
You'll
it's
get
at for
the
me.
first one on PS Plus eventually if
Yeah.
it didn't happen already.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I can feel you with that. Like, I already had my awesome feeling with like Spider-Man 2 back in the day. That was legit.
It's funny because that's the reason so many people were excited for this one.
Yeah. So nostalgia factor will probably get me when if I play it. But so yeah, and then the one that they have to have game on every one of these to show off the graphics and they
But
do
with
all that.
cars of all things.
Yeah. So Gran Turismo 7 for the PlayStation because Xbox has Forza. So yeah, did it look good?
Sure
The game
did.
looked
It
nice.
looked the same as the other ones,
It's pretty
but
much.
it looked pretty good.
I was joking about it. Hopefully not being. You remember when Gran Turismo released I think I can't remember if it's A Spec. It might have been one of the PlayStation 2 games, but they had a glorified demo that actually sold in stores
Oh god.
for the game. Like
Oh, what was it called? That was such a long time ago, but yeah, I remember that.
yeah, because I was mentioning it and they were like, no, they're not EA. And it's like, bro, they literally did that. Like
Yeah.
I can't make this shit up. They released essentially a freaking demo for one
And
of the Gran
everyone fucking
Turismos.
salivated
Yeah.
for it. That had its own like meme culture and like controversy around it too, but like they
For
still ate
real.
it up. That was one of the things where like seeing that happen put like a new layer of cynicism on people where it's just like, yeah, you can put out whatever and they'll just buy it. This kind of comes back to like the whole thing with the extra DLC shit for FF7 remake. Is like, shut up, you're gonna be over there with Butterfingers and Snickers in hand,
Fuck
same as
yeah, I'm like
everybody
literally,
else.
I got chocolate on my fingers, bro. Like, come
Yeah.
on. What do you mean I have to have a receipt with my name on it or whatever?
He'll be right there with that extra gear. Here, that game will do fine, and it did.
But yeah, shiny. I mean, it's always cool to just see it show off, but not a game for me at all. Just saying.
Yeah, I like racing games. Unfortunately, like I really haven't been focusing on stuff like that, but I've played Gran Turismo's. I really like. I played a lot of Rage Racer and stuff
Oh
like
well,
that
yeah.
when I was
Now
a kid.
that yes, or like
Ridge
that
Racer.
Need for Speed. You know what we really need right now, guys? Sorry to go from PlayStation to Nintendo, but we really need some F-Zero.
That'd be
Please.
really
You're not wrong. F-Zero's fucking
Please.
awesome. I
Where the
love that
fuck
game.
did it go?
F-Zero has like a million stands in yet it's almost like the mother fandom now in that regard. I feel like we always ask for it and we get things that are close to it, but it's never quite what it's supposed to be.
For real, dude.
Yeah, Mario. They said, "Sorry, bud. Mario's racing. The Blue Falcon was a DLC or a cart in Mario Kart. You can use that and pretend you're playing F-Zero. Got him.
we have racing in Smash as a mode. You can just play Captain Falcon and have him run really fast. You'll be fine.
Yeah, put on some bunny ears and run around on Big Blue, bud."
But yeah, as
Big
far as
oof.
the Gran Turismo and Forza stuff, I normally just, they look pretty, I guess. That's, yeah. So here in a minute, I do have a question for you, Emblem, but we'll keep going through the list. So next on the list showed up was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
You mean Rachel and Clank?
Rachel and Clank?
Oh my gosh, what the...
At the end of the trailer, I was like, "Oh, okay, Rachel and Clank seems good."
Now, the interesting thing a lot of people were talking about with this one was the is this them showing off their SD or SSD powers? Like, so was that first sequence, an on-rails thing that you would play, or could that be an experience of in-game type gameplay?
It'll be interesting
Because
they have a lot of stuff going on.
Because they were literally talking about on the, the very, what everybody called the boring demo, and anybody who's a tech person was just like, dude, this looks awesome. Like, you
I guess
literally
it depends on
loading
if they're like
assets as you turn. So
yeah.
like if that was actually showing that off, then, but I mean, there's no way to tell that, right? And they probably would have made it more clear if it actually was. So it's probably just a cutscene. But like, that's the kind of theory, is like the dimension gun, essentially. Like, you just boom and go through, and you've loaded into a whole nother world that's being loaded live right as you're going through it. Like, that's kind of the goal that they want to get to. And if that can happen with some of these games, then outstanding.
It kind of makes me wonder how they're doing it, or if they just have it optimized that it's in a way that they're doing it like games and other engines could have. They just didn't bother.
Well, and that's probably the issue, is a lot of games, most of the games and devs probably won't have the access they need to, or the ability to get that going with a lot of games that are coming out now. We probably won't see this being taken advantage of for maybe a year or two, would be my guess. So
let me ask you this: like, has anyone mentioned Titanfall 2 at all in regards to this? I mean, isn't the idea of what they're doing the exact same as the time travel in Titanfall 2?
For like the single player campaign, or like?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of that was
like,
already
you change.
You change it, but it was already a lot of it was already preloaded beforehand.
I would assume that's the same here, except that it's just like two maps that are like
but what they're talking
like,
about
can
is
be opened up on with the portal.
Instead of opening it up, like, it would literally load live. Like, so you wouldn't have to. You could preload some stuff, but then you could load in so much more, so much faster. Is kind of the end result. So like, you could literally, instead of overlapping 2 maps, you could overlap 30 maps. Would be the idea. So instead of just doing 2,
I guess it depends on what they end up doing with that and like some of the end game stuff. I feel like some of the first levels will probably be like 2 maps. But
Yeah,
maybe
I
as
mean,
it goes on, it'll get more complicated.
yeah, because it sounds like you're doing the exact same thing as that, except the number is just higher. Like it's not a bad thing. I mean, it seems impressive. It just means that our technology is getting better.
Yeah.
Especially if we can have all that stuff active and
Power
have
of
those options available to you.
FSD.
Yeah.
And then it could like
I mean, it's a
RNG it
good step.
too. Like you could just be like,
Mhm.
I'm gonna open a thing and go through it, and boom, now I'm in this random area. There's so much extra things that can happen. And not to say that we couldn't have done some of this before, it's just because there was consoles that couldn't do it, and a lot of games were being developed for consoles at the same time or in mind, then PC had to suffer. Like we could have been doing this with like the M.2 drives and stuff too.
Right.
I could see that. Yeah.
I mean, that could
But
be the next thing too, right? Eventually, they just
yeah,
get boards that actually run M.dots. But I mean, that's always been the thing with consoles being the primary like front runners when it comes to the actual content, and PC kind of being hamstringed as a result in terms of performance and like optimization. Not to mention just like brand slash IP power.
but I will say they did have gameplay of this game, and they did have gameplay for Gran Turismo. So these were the two that I'm
Mhm.
like, yeah, they
Gameplay's
they just
always nice.
won. They just won. They beat Xbox. No big deal.
They actually had it. Yep. Then like a lot of the indie stuff wasn't too bad either, but
and they also didn't even say they were going to have gameplay. They were just like, we're gonna have a show, guys, and that was it. That's all they said.
Mhm.
Where Microsoft messed up is they're like, we're gonna have this, we're gonna have gameplay, and it's gonna be awesome, it's gonna be this, and here's hype. You're hyped, right? We've hyped you up for it, and now you're disappointed.
I never let you down.
PS5's just like, yeah, we're gonna have a show.
Yeah, Microsoft could probably take a cue for like, setting realistic expectations. It's just like in a business setting. You can't put out too much. Let what you do speak to volumes for you,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
especially when the internet never forgets. So like,
oh, for sure.
that's why all the PlayStation stands came out of the woodwork with their memes and shit.
Oh yeah. Well, and then he said there right before they went into the games, he was just like, and now I'm gonna be quiet and let the games speak for us. And I was just like, impressive line. Okay, let's see.
Mhm.
But yeah, so what did you think of the gameplay though of Ratchet and Clank? Is this something you would be interested in getting, or?
I mean, I've never played a Ratchet and Clank game, and I've played adventure games. Like I don't want to sound like oh, the Emblem doesn't like anything, but like realistically, if the stuff that I play now, I want to see what the Japanese releases are going to look like.
It's not that you don't like anything; it's just that you love weeb games.
Pretty much.
And then I mean,
but
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I've played stuff like that. I love Spyro the Dragon. I was stoked whenever the the remaster came out for Spyro 1. I think Spyro 2 and 3 are garbage.
I need to play through all those.
Like I picked up Spyro when the game came out. Like I freaking 100% of the game like in one sitting. I'm sorry, 120% or whatever the number is. Like for Spyro 1, like it is pretty much like the nostalgia was real. Like you pretty much just like start playing and muscle memory kicks in. So like I don't know. I just don't have a pedigree with the Ratchet and Clank series. Like I played Jack and Daxter, Gex Enter the Gecko.
Did I tell you what I did? I know I told Gustav. You were muted. Oh man.
I'm not sure. Oh yeah, if it's during last week, then probably not.
Yeah, it started and I'm like, oh, I know this one. This is crap. I didn't have a PlayStation. What? Yeah, this is what, Jack and Daxter. And then he goes, and then he says like Clank. Oh wait, no, this is Ratchet and Clank. And then I immediately look over at chat and I was like, oh, I fucked up.
Are they getting salty?
Because I was like, I'm sorry guys, I didn't have. I was always a Nintendo and a. Then
I mean,
Xbox
Jack and Daxter has
thing.
its own following that's probably just like frowning in the background, like "fuck, dude, come on."
Oh no, for real
Jack
though.
and Daxter are waiting for the racing game, so
oh my
okay.
god, another super edgy bounty hunter racing game, the F-Zero that no one asked for.
Oh my, but yeah, like I pretty much I had Sega, Nintendo, and then Xbox was pretty much my my system progression.
Mm.
So those were the ones that I would have, and then finally now the PS4 is the first PlayStation that I've actually owned, which I've rented. I remember renting the PS1 and playing Reboot on it and stuff like that, and
Oh
Twisted
wow.
Metal and Final Fantasy and everything. So
Yeah.
yeah, I would rent them.
The
But
reboot game picks up in difficulty later.
yeah, that's what everybody was just
That was
like.
rough.
They were just like, the Reboot game was so hard. I was like, I don't know. I mean, I played through it as a kid, but I mean, I pretty much grew up on like incredibly hard games. So
Yeah, I mean, Reboot's hard. It's not like those people who, whenever they did the Crash Bandicoot thing, and it was like, "Whoa, Crash is way harder than I remember." It's like, no, you guys suck. Like that. I hate to break it to you, but I played through Crash Bandicoot Warped, and it was just as easy as I remember it when I played it as a kid. Same for like Crash 1 and 2. Like, the Crash games aren't like, the Dark Souls of adventure games. You guys just suck. I hate to be that guy to break it to you.
A lot of get good needing to happen. But yeah, like, not to get too far into this, but yeah, there's really a big conversation to be had about like games now just being like too easy, I think. And Dark Souls definitely is the saving grace to that. So I can't
It's
wait.
interesting because it leaves us without like a medium in some respects. But then there's also the other idea of like making difficulty really adjustable down to like a T, and some games do that pretty well.
Yeah, like I think
the balance hasn't really been found again for a little while.
and just real quick, I mean, not to get too much into this, but anybody who's just like, they should allow for adjustable difficulty, they're the game devs. They can do whatever they want with their game. And yeah, it's theirs to do what they
You're
want
right.
with. So they make a thing. If you like it, cool. If you don't like it, there's other games out there. Pretty much what I said before. Like either last week or the week before. Like, just, I mean, it kind of sucks if that was like one of your IPs that you really like, but there's other games out there. You'll eventually find something. And, I've been waiting for a Gundam game that I've really wanted to play for a while. Sadly, it's just in the multiplayer setting only. Hopefully, come on, guys, make a GBO2 game in the same engine that has single player. I'm just saying, that would be really cool.
So I guess that's where you kind of had to take your own advice with a grain of salt, right? When it comes to the devs and what they want to make.
Pretty much. And then it's just like, but if they don't, cool. But again, it's just been.
I mean, if they don't, they also can't go Pikachu surprise face when that game doesn't do as well.
And yeah, and then there's that as well. But the other thing is, if somebody's not making a game, then start making one yourself.
Yeah, you're right. If you want a game with all this nice stuff in it, make it yourself, right?
But
I used to make RPGs back in my day when I was younger. RPG Maker, you have to pay for it now. It's on Steam.
Oh boy. Should you do a stream where you just look through all those old files if you still have them?
Oh, dude.
Nah, they're super gone, unfortunately. There were some nice ones though. Like some of the fan made RPGs we would play on RPG Maker are like legit. They'd have like literal mini games and like stuff like that built into them. Some were like and some were like really good.
Yeah, that was like OG like Minecraft kind of shit. Like just people making these super elaborate things that probably no one else would ever see, but goddamn if they weren't good.
Pretty much. But anyway, so we could have had a good segue if it was not further down the list. But the next one that they showed, and this one caught my eye, Project Athia. The Druid game is what I've been calling it.
That's not the one that's just Pikmin, right?
No.
Let me look it up.
No, and thank you for saying Pikmin. I know everybody's been like saying like Overlord or whatever, but I'm like, that is Pikmin. And then I've heard so many people say Overlord, and I'm just like, Overlord.
I mean, you want to talk about like what we were talking about with the demographic
Pikmin.
before?
Overlord
like, the GTA demographic remembers Overlord.
Yeah.
Everyone else who's had any other kind of like system in their life.
Oh, Overlord. Okay, I remember that game.
Yeah, and they came out with Overlord 2. I think I've got one of them around here somewhere. I've got it on Steam. Or something.
Yeah. I forgot that existed.
Yeah,
which is literally we just called that edgy Pikmin.
Pikmin. Yeah, exactly. Dark Pikmin is what I would call it. I was just like, yeah, this is like the Well, edgy Pikmin, yeah, exactly. It was like dark and edgy, and I was like, oh no. But
But
the
yeah,
but yeah, what did you think about this? This had the like um girl who was like pretty much. Did you see the Unreal Engine 5 demo?
no, I did not.
Okay, so it had the girl run, jump off a rock, land on another rock, boom, throw a plant, and it grows and vines and like hits these creatures or whatever. Then there's the dragon that like looks like it's kind of made out of wood and lava pours out of its chest or whatever.
That's part
Oh,
of the
that's
demo.
interesting.
Or this is
Oh,
part of
it's
the.
like a tech
This is
demo or
Project
whatever.
Athia is the game. This is part of the game. The tech demo was a big sand
Mhm.
thing and whatnot. It reminded me of that, and I was like, wait a minute. So is this like their big? We're making a big game just for the PS5 to really push the hardware, and it's going to be shiny, and it's made by Square Enix, so it's going to be called Project something and take 7 years to come out. Got it.
Oh god.
Nailed it. But I've been calling it the Druid game, and But are you not remembering that
Emblem,
one?
your thoughts.
Yeah, I must not have thought too much about it. I can't remember anything.
It
Let
didn't
me hold
really
on. I'm
seem too
thumbing through the
remarkable
trailer real quick.
other than it looking kind of nice.
Yeah, it just looked
Yeah,
really nice. There
square
was a lot of
thing.
plant things growing, and then the character would like throw branches, and bigger plants would grow. So that's why I just called it the Druid game.
Yeah, I mean, like that tech demo aspect reminds me of the thing that they were doing for I forget if it was just like the studio in general, but the studio that did Detroit Become Human, the
Oh, I remember
character
now.
oh, do you remember? Okay.
Well, no. I remember what I was saying about it.
Yeah.
My thing was like, oh yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2, except Square's making it
Oh,
instead of Capcom.
Nice.
Um, I'd play Dragon's Dogma 2. We'll see. I like to see more stuff about it.
yeah. It's the first game that like caught my eye and be like, I like druids. It's got a lot of green in it. Okay, let's go. So yeah, we were. Yeah, I was definitely kind of. I mean, again, it's just a straight up base trailer, so I mean, you can't really tell much from it. It looked like it might have had some cinematic type gameplay, which pretty much after Ratchet and Clank, they mostly just had the cinematic gameplay. There wasn't too much solid like this is definitely gameplay type gameplay.
Yeah.
So
There's like that gameplay 0.5 kind of thing where it's like a mix and it's leaning
yeah,
a lot heavier on the cinematic side.
yeah. So yeah. So Dragon's Dogma 2. Next one, and you've kind of already mentioned the Stray thing, but what'd you think of Stray?
The straight one that I said was Pikmin.
No, Stray is the
No,
cat
the
thing with
cat
the
game.
robots.
Oh yeah. Uh, I don't know. I mean, it just looks like it looks like one of those things where it's just more artistic. Like it could be a really good game, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
I was
based on
just
what they've
like,
shown, like
cool.
it's like artsy, shock factor, like ooh, this world, they got the world building, and they're like, oh, but the main character's a cat. And you're like, oh my god, it's a cat. I want to like it, but I'm not the guy that's like, ooh, you play a cat. I want to play this game. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I was just like,
I know.
what is this? What's going on? Okay, so there's robots doing things. What's this cat doing? Oh, okay, cat. Oh, Stray. Okay, cool. I guess you're playing the cat. Okay, cool. I guess that was pretty much fun.
Like it seems interesting, we'll see. Have you ever heard of the game Tokyo Zoo or Jungle? What was it, Gustav?
Yeah, I think it's Tokyo Jungle.
Yeah,
If it was like
Tokyo
that,
Zoo,
I
Tokyo
want
Jungle, something
that
like
game.
that.
I want
Yeah.
that game to come back.
Like
Holy
that
shit.
game was interesting, and I wanted to play that, but never
Bring
got
that
around
back
to it. I
on
think it was JPLA or
PS5
something.
and just put it on a
Mhm.
bigger scale. I'd shit my pants. Like that'd be amazing.
What is this game?
Literally, you're like in post-apocalyptic, like, but you're all animals, and there's like just a huge variety of animals in this like reclaimed city. A city reclaimed by nature, and you're just like forming packs and taking down like groups and stuff. And there's all this weird like mechanic stuff going on.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up after this. That kind of sounds
It's
interesting.
funky as fuck.
Okay, and then the next one. Now, this one also caught my eye a little bit, and I almost started calling like if they had one more game that did something like this, then I would have just called like in my YouTube video would have been like PS5 the Groundhog reveals or something. Groundhog Day reveals. But Returnal, the one where she crashes, and she gets attacked, she dies. Wake up, crash.
Yeah, it's
Attack, die.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
Or that one movie of Tom Cruise.
I was gonna say that's the more. There's another more recent one that was like that, and
Oh, now the Tom
pretty much
Cruise
any
one
other
though.
any other Soulsborne game ever.
Did you know the Tom Cruise
Which I
one
think is based on a
actually
manga or
based on a
something.
manga? Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say that's actually kind of legit though. That they had a manga movie that actually did pretty okay. I liked it more after I started looking up the manga and going through it, but but yeah. So Returnal though, it's like a third-person shooter thing. Then there was like some first-person like Lovecraftian horror kind of thing going on with then top-down walking, and I was like, game, make up your mind. What kind of game are you?
Bloodborne Automata in space.
Yeah, like. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that one, Emblem?
Draven kind of gave a little bit of supplementary to what I was gonna say about like how roguelites are roguelike and lights are getting popular right now. Are more popular, I guess I would say. So we kind of moving on that. I think it's a pretty cool direction. Like I wish it was had more of an RPG feeling to it. Some of my favorite games that I've played in the past are games that kind of utilize a mechanic kind of like that, especially when you're kind of like especially if it kind of lies heavily more on like replaying through events. Like anybody who's been watching me for a while saw me play Firmo Fantasia. It's a Konami RPG where you're playing this character that gets arrives on this island and gets caught up in a time loop, essentially, where you have to like play through the game and go through a series of the same 3 days that are leading up to the princess getting married to the villain, essentially, and stopping him from doing so because it blows everything up or something. But like games like that, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, what's it called? Grim Grimoire, Final Fantasy 13, Lightning's Revenge, or Lightning Returns rather. Like it has it kind of gives me a feel for stuff like that. And
Lightning Returns is like that.
Yeah, it has some kind of it like touches on it a little bit.
One day, when I get a capture card, one day I'll go through 13.
I really like 13.3. It's a fun game to me. A lot of people didn't like it, but I liked it. But
I think by default they just didn't like it because it was already 13.
Maybe they get a bad rap.
Yeah.
But more games like that would be pretty cool. Like I don't know if I'm gonna run out and buy the console for that game. Like they would have had to have played like a Tales of Arise trailer or something like that or maybe like a Gundam trailer at the conference, and they'd be like, all right, well, take my money.
Yeah, so like I guess since you're saying it,
but it looks cool. It looks cool.
Increase
the idea looks cool.
You fuckers, this is a Japanese console.
You answered my question though that I was gonna save for later, and then I mean you kind of just so what like nothing that has been shown so far that we talked about is not a
I can say with certainty that absolutely nothing that they played at the conference makes me want to run out and buy a PlayStation 5. It's just none of the games really appeal to me. If you want that's what I was saying. That's what I was gonna say at the beginning before you did the list. Is like, I mean, I can sum up the conference and how I felt about the console in general, as in like when's Japan doing their game releases?
Yeah.
If we wanted a bridge version.
And then Berserker Guts brings up the idea that like US or Japanese or not, like they literally showed like 0 RPGs to boot.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're right. There are no RPGs. Well,
I mean, Project Athia could be
RPG elements.
Bethesda published that Japanese Sky or Oblivion game.
Ghostwire looks
I mean,
pretty awesome. I
Ghostwire
yeah,
looks pretty
they
interesting, but that's not
they
something
had
I
something
need a
for like Western
PS5 for.
RPGs.
I guess that's the other big takeaway too, is like you need to start looking at these in terms of like, is this something I'm gonna get the console for, or is PC not gonna take 5,000 years to get the same thing anyway, and am I gonna be able to still run it?
Okay, so real quick, there's a few. I just was like, man, I forgot how many games they actually showed off. So we'll kick this into fast mode here.
But I like going down the list though.
But Sackboy, the next one. I will say real quick,
Yeah.
Returnal. My final thoughts on it though. Going back and watching it again, it has my interest. I think that could be a game I would play at some point. So
Sackboy?
no, Returnal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
It
Sackboy
looks
and
neat.
stuff, I'm just like,
I like to hear
cool.
more.
It's a Little Big Planet thing. Only this time
Yeah,
it's
the
an
Little Big
actual
Planet guys
story.
like we're making the game.
Yeah. So cool, I guess.
When I saw it, I almost forgot. It's like, what is this? And then I saw Sackboy. I was like, oh yeah, Sackboy is a Sony character.
Yeah, I
That's
was
right.
I was waiting for it to go. They're great, and I was just
Oh my
like,
God.
With the tiger and
yeah,
stuff.
I was like, what, Tony?
The multiplayer aspect seems pretty cool though. I like that you can. It kind of pulls into the Mario stuff.
It's kinda
like
interesting
a
'cause
little bit.
Yeah, that's what I
Other
was saying
games.
too. Like it's literally Little Big Planet 3D World
Yeah.
Yeah,
as opposed
exactly.
to being side scrolling.
Anything
Which
else with that one?
interestingly enough, I wonder if they'll go the Mario Maker route, right? And give us just like different genres and things to do. Or if
That'd be
that's
cool if
already
they
a thing
did
in
that.
LPB3.
Yeah, because I mean, that's literally what the older games were kind of based around, was making your own content. So,
Yeah.
and Mario Maker, I feel like, is very popular. So it'd be
Yeah,
kind
so
of weird
that's
if
why
they
I'm
moved
surprised they're
away.
doing like this weird, like curated, like, well, we just made it ourselves this time. Like, why would you do that? And especially for
Yeah.
like a new console too, that's stupid.
Yeah, because I'm sure that trailer left a bad taste in people's mouths who really liked the creation aspect of Little
Well,
Big Planet in
yeah.
the
They're
previous
the same.
titles.
They're the same group who made Dreams, though. So Dreams is already, the Little Big Planet next .0 or whatever.
Oh, was that during a conference?
Well, no, Dreams is you know what Dreams is, right?
No.
No.
It uses the like PlayStation controller and you create a game. It's a game creator for people. It's literally just like you can make anything. There's people that are remaking like, well, for instance, with the music that's in your personal quarters in PSO2, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle in PS4. Dreams.
Oh, that's the engine they're using it for.
Yeah. So yeah, Dreams is just a straight game
interesting.
creator from that same
Because
company.
I've been seeing stuff on Twitter for that.
So it kind of doesn't make sense for them if they're really focusing on Dreams being the big game creator thing that they're doing, for them to have Little Big
That's the
Planet
bigger
to do a thing.
takeaway for that, is that no one knows what the fuck it is. And like Guts brought it up. Like hopefully we learn something more specific about it, and if you actually can make your own stuff or whatever.
For what?
I don't know.
Relegating that to the engine itself would be kind of weird, just because they have it.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I mean, that to me it seems like a strange reason why they would move the direction of one of their pre-existing franchises away
then you're
just
just
because
not,
they made their own game engine.
You're not playing on your own brand power at that point. Like no one knows what the fuck Dreams is. They know what Little Big Planet is though.
Yeah,
I mean, even if they did know, it's just kind of weird. Like, I have no problem with a game studios trying something different. You know, sometimes you got to change it up, try things out, fresh ideas. And maybe if it doesn't work, Little Big Planet 4 should go back to being a creative game, whether or not Dreams picks up or
maybe
whatever.
That's what they're gonna go with then, because like I know the big thing with Dreams is kind of already came and went, because they had some people who've been making games and have already gotten hired by game devs. Like that's kind of the big thing there, is like there's people. Pretty much the big thing with Dreams is it gives access to anybody to a game dev kit, and that's pretty much what it is. So, it's a starting point, a kicking off point, and the thing is, anything you make in Dreams, you can use as an asset from somebody else, and if any assets were used, it automatically makes like a credits list for anybody's assets. So if you make a little fireball animation and somebody else decides to use it in their game, then you'll get credited. The fireball animation was done by so and so, and in the credits, which is really awesome. So you can like take whatever assets somebody makes and create your own game with it in the Dreams world. The only thing is I'm feeling like there's some kind of nightmare of lawsuit potential and like.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure they've gotten CMD'd to death.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that Sonic Adventure game is gonna get snapped. But Sega's gonna put on their Infinity Gauntlet and fucking delete that shit.
I don't know if they've actually done anything about it though yet, which is the weird part. I'm like, how is this not like some DMCA nightmare?
That's because they don't care yet. It's just like you know how they were doing a Resident Evil 2 fan make.
Oh yeah,
and
as soon
as Capcom was getting ready to remake RE2, they were just like, all right, you guys had your fun. Now go ahead and delete all that stuff now. Can't have you stepping on our toes.
Yeah. Sega's got to tread it a little bit carefully too, just because they've had instances where they've like patted people on the back for stuff like that, and if they turn around and just completely obliterate those dudes, like any of that goodwill and PR that they've gotten is just going to go up in smoke.
Pretty much. So fair enough. But anyway, back to the thing. So
tangent on a tangent over.
Yeah,
moving right along.
But yeah, Little Big Planet. It was cool to see. Not my kind of thing, but pretty cool. Now this next one, I was like, what in the world is this? Destruction All Stars. So I was like, is this going to be like a Twisted Metal thing?
Janky Twisted Metal.
I think saying Twisted Metal makes it sound cooler than what it would actually be.
Yeah, it's kind of insulting to Twisted Metal.
It's more like Fortnite plus Rocket League. Is what I would go with.
It kind of makes me think a bit of Burnout Paradise or the Burnout series in general. Mm-hmm. Like people who like that might do it. It's kind of weird you can get out of the cars, but I guess it has a dynamic to it.
There's another
I play racing games
too. I think it's PS3 or PS4 where you were like just parkouring super hardcore. It was really bright and colorful. Now they just
Mirror's Edge
cards. No, it wasn't Mirror's Edge. It was like a third person multiplayer game, kind of like that, except now they just added cars.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I think.
Yeah, and like they were pushing it really hard for SummerSlam, and then it just never really took off. Like, oh god, it was a long time ago though.
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about now. But yeah, it kind of interesting looking game. I'm kind of curious to see how the out of car gameplay mixes with the car gameplay to actually make sense.
Especially since the car gameplay has no fucking weapons except for like armor or stuff popping on your car.
Yeah.
It's like super like destruction derby kind of stuff.
Hey man, if the game runs fine and the out of mobile suit combat works well, there might be a better game than GBO2.
Oh my god. Yo, if that happens, we literally need to get together and make a giant meme out of that. Like, hey, these guys handle it. What the fuck about you guys? They just did it with cars too. They didn't even need robots.
Yeah, they didn't need a Gundam IP to make a decent pilot combat.
Not suck.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, the next
you just make a list like fucking Titanfall can be on there, and we'll put that game on there if it actually does decent.
There we go. But the next one is the Pikmin game, the Bridge of Spirits, Kenna. So yeah, that looks cool. I'm all about that Pikmin life. So let's go.
My sister liked to look at that one a lot. I know she was watching it. She was pretty excited about it.
I was pretty happy about that one. So yeah, that would be a game I would definitely get at some point. That would be on my list of to finally play when cheap enough.
Oh boy.
Yeah. We have to see. That would definitely be something that I don't know, would have to be like on a sale or maybe some more information.
Actually, that's another thing I was wondering. Like, beyond it not having you buy the PS5, are there any that you would be looking forward to in terms of those games on like other platforms? Like, would you buy it day one, regardless of the platform? Were there any games that were on there that were like that?
I don't think there's a single day one for me.
No.
Maybe Ghostwire.
Yeah, like, Demon's Souls seemed a little interesting. Ghostwire, like maybe if I see more stuff about it, but like yeah besides those two, nah.
Then the next one is the Goodbye Volcano High, which was very dark at the end.
Was that the one of the animals
Like the
and
dinosaurs.
stuff?
Yeah, they're the
Yeah,
dinosaur
okay.
characters or whatever.
It seems like it looked like some kind of weird, like I don't mean this in a bad way, but it kind of seemed like some kind of LGBTQ kind of high school, like Degrassi kind of thing. Like I don't know what the gameplay is supposed to be.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I was like, I have no clue
I
what
wonder if
this.
It's like scaly Tumblr bait.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world is this?
I don't know.
And then the funny thing though that afterwards I heard somebody point out that like, but there's the meteor coming down to end them all at the end because the meteor goes through. Goodbye Volcano High. Oh, okay, I get it. They're all dinosaurs. They're all about to die.
It's a play. It's a play on when Cho Ryujin kills all the dinosaurs. Okay, that's pretty cool.
So I was just like, well, but yeah, I was just like, well, this is kind of weird. Is there actually any gameplay with this? Is this just like a?
Think so.
Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna be like Life is Strange or something like that. Like I don't know what you're actually doing in the game.
But anyway,
or it's like some sort of like dating novel kind of thing or whatever.
Yeah,
I kind of
that's
wonder.
what I was like, is this like some sort of like different kind of monster prom kind of thing? Is that what this is?
Yeah,
I think is what I said.
When I finished watching it, my thing was like, I don't feel like I'm the target demographic for this game.
No.
Oh well, yeah. I was like, this was out of left field for sure. I was like, what in the world?
Like I
feel like that's why they put it in there though.
Mm-hmm.
Like you think, I was talking about like the whole setting the tone with like GTA 5 in the beginning and stuff. I feel like halfway through the presentation when they were cutting it all together, they were like, oh, we are missing an entire demographic with this shit. Hold on.
I feel you there.
Let's turn it down. Like, let's turn it up super hard for these guys so that they feel included. Like some of the other games before that might have done it, but this will definitely do it.
Yeah. So the next one, I was kind of hoping this would be more of an open world thing, but Oddworld Soulstorm. I do like the Oddworld games, though.
I played the first one.
They're doing more Oddworld stuff. Like I was surprised by that one.
I'm a big Oddworld Stranger's Wrath fan, so I've been wanting to see them kind of mix in.
I threw shade on that game during the trailer.
Oof.
I was like, I'm not some dude with a crossbow that fires animals, and this game seems nice.
Oof, hang on, let me just move you off camera real quick.
Please stand
by. Get out of here.
Hang on. Let me just the hook's pulling you away, Emblem. Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay. Which way am I going? I'm coming back.
Oh no. Hang on. No, I gotta pull him the other
way. Run, Emblem, run. Shoot faster.
Okay. But yeah, so yeah, Oddworld games are cool.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It feels very similar to the first Oddworld game.
Yeah. I don't know if you can
I feel like they had another one. Was there one between this and Stranger's Wrath? Like I feel like there was something that I can't I feel like I've seen but just like filed it away because it's just like, yeah, sure, whatever.
It was like a very throwaway title. I don't think it did particularly well. I do think there was another one though. I just don't remember what the subtitle was. Oddworld is one of those very hit or miss kind of IPs. Like people are always excited to see people try with it more, and then they're just like, "Oh god, I kind of hope this doesn't suck though."
Yeah, pretty much.
We'll see. Like, I don't think I play those games as much anymore. So again, it wouldn't be like a run out and get it. But for the cult following, I was like waiting for a new Oddworld game. I'm sure they had to change their pants during the conference.
Distressed Oddworld noises intensify. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
This is a code red.
The trailer starts like, what is that noise? Like it's the small group of Oddworld cult fans around the world.
But yeah, I if it's really cheap sometime, like $5-10 cheap or something like that, then that would be something maybe to pick up and just play through.
Catch it on sale.
Yeah. Like,
meet Magnum at the flea market.
Yeah, pretty much.
We'll get him in there.
Ghostwire though is the next one. Yeah, this was one that I'm really kind of hyped for, just because I love
Was that
that
Asian
kind of
Skyrim?
yeah, I love that kind of
Okay.
like supernatural, like that kind of lore and stuff, or that kind of what's it, mythology, I guess I should say the right word.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty cool.
For anyone who wanted like a more grown-ass yokai watch experience, then here you go.
Why play this when you can play Scarlet Nexus?
Oh boy.
I don't want to fight. I want to fight flowers, not not yokai. But yeah, the game looks nice. It'll be interesting. Because it's published by Bethesda, but is it worked on by like it's like a secondary or indie? I don't know what you say.
Yeah, it's
If you say
probably a
indie.
secondary. Like I think they are just publishing it. It's interesting that they're like supporting it though.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure somebody, they were like making a game and then Bethesda stood in. It's like, your game idea is great. Now we need you to make it Skyrim. They're like, damn. But we'll pay for the game. You need to make it Skyrim. Like, okay, all right, we'll do that. We can keep everything else the same, right? Though, yeah.
Okay, I really don't want a tangent, but I just realized something and Guts brought up. He's like, I'm more excited for Pokemon Snap than any of the games shown at the PlayStation conference.
Is that getting released on the?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like, is that getting released on the Switch or something?
Yeah, they finally announced a new Snap game, so everyone's flipping their shit on Twitter. Like,
oh, it's not a remake. It's actually like a new Snap game.
Full ass game, yeah.
That's what's up. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't hear about that.
So that's what that was. Okay,
that was today. That was pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, it's today. Okay. Yeah.
Like the bigger
Pokemon
thing,
Snap
and I
is pretty
wonder
hype.
if like we should probably all try to watch it at least for the EA.
Was there a
conference
Treehouse today?
or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I think that might have just been like a separate trailer. I don't know if it was a Treehouse thing, or it might have just been like a Pokemon specific sort of thing.
Right.
I had to see the details for it, but yeah, that was one of the bigger takeaways. Anyway, next game.
The next one
game
is Jet the Far Shore, which is apparently a space-based adventure game. Which is that one?
Is it the one with the lolly robot girl and the dude in the space suit?
Oh wait, no.
Oh, okay.
No, we'll get to that one. We'll get to that one.
Yeah, we're gonna
That's
get
the
company name again.
That's Kojima AF game. Okay. Jet the Far Shore pretty much is the one where there's the people that are like farmers or something, and then like the rocket goes up, and then you see it fly across space 1 year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then you see it fly down to a planet, and there's like a lot of water, and then it goes to another planet that's just a lot of water, and then it goes to another planet that's just a lot of water.
It's Journey. Journey. What was the space game?
No. It's not the Journey one. The Journey one's the one.
No. This one is side. This is also Journey. They had a couple of.
Okay, they had two Journeys. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
This
one
is
is
yeah. Okay.
What's the game? What's the multiplayer space travel game where it's supposed to have multiplayer and it didn't?
Oh, you're talking about No Man's Sky.
Was crying about.
Yeah,
it's Journey No Man's Sky.
Yeah,
gotcha.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what we were joking about. So you're what? Doing nothing except for flying over water. Cool. Yeah, so that's that one.
No Man's Sky with no land. Cool.
Yeah. Like the people that like those games are fine, but that's like a problem I feel. Maybe I'm just a freaking like barbaric unga bunga degenerate, but I'm not here to play fucking experiences, man. Like I want to play a game.
Now like No Man's Sky is actually pretty cool. Like No Man's Sky is actually pretty legit now that they've added, they've actually done work and pretty much helped the game be a whole lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But like, yeah, when it first came out, I was one who picked it up, and I was just like, okay, here we go. We're going to our next planet. We finally built, we've repaired our ship, so we've actually done something. And then we went to the next planet. We're like,
well,
did we go to a new planet? Well, maybe the next one will actually look a little bit different. Maybe. This is starting to feel very bad. I have a bad feeling about this game. And then went to a new system and went to the next planet. And I was like, oh no.
I feel like there's gonna be a bunch of stands that come out of the woodwork. Well, actually, some of the newer patches added so much more content. You guys,
Well,
come
yeah, I
back.
mean,
It's just like
no,
how
no, but
Minecraft
for
used to
real
be
though,
like
it's
a
like
monotonous, boring mess. Same
it's
idea, right?
actually really awesome now for how much content they've added and stuff. I've been checking it out every now and then. I've got it on the PS4. Pretty good.
I know Chad plays it or was playing it a little bit, so at the
Um,
very least, maybe you guys can No Man's Sky together a little bit more in the future.
then there's Godfall, which is that
Oh yeah, that's the one that had the rap music, right?
slashing looter game is what they're calling it. Yeah, and it had
Oh,
the
it has a
weird
genre.
rap music that was going on. That was just like, this doesn't fit this, but okay.
Yeah, that's literally what I said during my thing too. Is
I
like,
was just like,
like the song's not bad, but it just seems like a weird fit.
I just saw Epic Games, and it like tilted me.
Is it Epic Games?
Yeah, it said Epic Games, but maybe
Okay, I
it's
didn't
just
pay attention
Epic
to that.
Store. So
Oh,
it is
Godfall. I
done
thought
by
that this was like a
Gearbox.
MOBA-esque game, and it wasn't.
Yeah, it looks like a weird kind of hack and slashy like adventure style game. What did you call what they were saying it was again? Like the
Uh,
genre?
Hack and slash or like hack and slash looter or some shit.
Slasher looter,
Mm.
like hack and slash
It sounds
looter.
like it's an ARPG.
Yeah, it's literally an
That's what
action
it sounds like to
role-playing
me.
game. That's what the genre is.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be interesting. ARPGs aren't bad. But it ain't PoE. PoE's the game for me.
Yes.
And it's free.
Exactly. Like, let's go.
Exploding numbers the game. Anytime I see like high level PoE play, that's all it looks like to me. It's just like, yep, those things sure are exploding faster than they were before. It sure
Pretty
is not
much.
dying. Oh
Yeah.
boy, riveting.
How can you not like that, dude?
Yeah, man, I'm literally gonna be going through and cleaving
I
things
sure
with a giant
feel
axe
good.
tomorrow.
You know what? I don't feel entertained.
I'm gonna cleave something with a giant axe and be like, haha, and then I'm gonna run up to something and be like, I'm gonna cleave you with an axe, and it's gonna be like, and I'm just gonna explode.
Oh no! Like, oh.
Yeah, like
And
that's.
Ubisoft sums up my mobile game experience pretty well. That last statement, though.
For
I
real
don't play
though,
the game to
right?
play. I just want to see big. I want to see like big numbers, and my things just kill things like automatically.
I just want to be cool, man. Come on.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I can do that content.
But yeah, the next one is Solar Ash, and this is the other Journey game.
Is there land on that one? I forget.
Oh yeah.
No, this one's like, well, yes, there is land at some point, but after you go into a black hole, and then ride a giant space worm or something.
Oh, okay, right. Because the giant avatar thing was just fucking vibing, and then it would just banish your character away or something. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. The end gives you some Breath of the Wild vibes, though.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like some of these games are trying to shoot for that too. Like, it's like this.
Like,
We've been doing the same shit for years. Suddenly, Breath of the Wild came out and did the same things, but with Zelda, and everyone bought it, but not ours. Like, fuck.
Yeah, because the trailer honestly gave me more Breath of the Wild and furry vibes, honestly, than Journey.
Furry.
Yeah, the game FURI or whatever. The one where you played I would say the dude where you're fighting stuff. Hold on a second.
Hold on, the two where you're fighting stuff.
Oh wait, you're talking about.
Yeah, FURI, furry.
Fury.
do you pronounce it like the word fury with a Y? Because I would say furry. Is fur with an I, furry?
Free.
Yeah. I've got that game. That's one I've been waiting to go through and play. That's one of my like one day playthroughs kind of streams. But I hear it's hard though, so that's why I'm like, challenge accepted. Let's go.
But the style makes you think of that game a little bit.
Okay.
But let's see. Hitman 3 is the next one. And this is the one that they messed up. The actual dev himself said, and here is our gameplay.
Oh no, that's right.
And I will say, after rewatching it, okay, fine. He climbed up a ladder in like the little, I'm climbing up a ladder and I'm going to walk 2 steps. And then it skips to like, here's a camera way over here that would never be in the game. And he's walking, you can see him sneaking through a crowd. And then the camera's over here and he's doing something else. Like,
what a thrill.
those are completely cinematic cameras angles for this gameplay. And I'm like, got him. But then I'm like, well, I guess Sony didn't do it. This was actually the devs, so I guess I should be mad at the Hitman devs than anything.
And that's one of those things where I'm talking about it being like gameplay 0.5, right? Because it actually is technically an engine. It's just at angles and presentation lanes where it's like that would never happen in game. You're not gonna see it like
spectator mode.
Yeah. Or like all these games that add like photo modes to their games afterwards. Like Death Stranding did it recently, shit like that.
Yeah, my big thing was like, I was just like, have there been more than 3 Hitman games?
They had stories? Like, hold on, this is concluding what? I had no clue.
Well, the only reason why I knew about these games is because my high school band director was like all about the Hitman games.
About it? Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Like I was just like, it was the most random out of the like left field thing ever, and then all of a sudden someone was like, "Wait, you got a Hitman game? What?"
The last one that came out was pretty well received.
I mean, but like these are all the old ones.
New ones are doing well. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like he's been a fan of Hitman for like since the beginning, kind of thing, and I'm like, we had no clue. So yeah, it was just one of those funny things. So yeah, I mean, it's cool. I hopefully they don't do the same thing they did with the last one though. They don't do that episodic nonsense. But
yeah, episodic can be kind of rough. I agree. They probably will though.
Next is a game.
I mean, remake did it, and they're all gonna point to that now. So
heck yeah.
Yeah, probably.
And it's the Square title too.
Yeah, like they got to do it. Like fuck off.
Yeah, right.
Tell me I can't.
But the next one though is the game that comes with the PS5, Astro's Playroom, to show off the awesome haptics of your controller.
That may or may not get used a year from now.
As soon as I was like, "Is this the PlayStation VR stuff?" Like they're even using assets from little like VR thing. Yeah,
but like apparently, like one of the things that actually was later shown off is like you press the D-pad, and what happened is the D-pad will actually press back up against your thumb.
Boopy.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I mean, cool controller, I guess, but where's the off switch?
Where you can break it really easy.
Yeah, can they take that out and make my controller cost like $30 less? Actually,
that'd be good,
right?
Like, and make it more sturdy. Like, fuck.
Yeah. I don't know.
I will say though, I like that they're actually going with a form factor that's actually good and not something that I'm gonna break with my hands by just squeezing the controller. Like, I mean, man, I try to play claw.
I actually hate the new form factor for it. I actually didn't mind the
price. Like they finally decided to go with a superior form factor for people with big hands.
It's fine to me.
For people with big hands who.
All right, Xbox player.
Hey man, the original Xbox controller where you had to hold it like this felt good enough to me. Okay.
Yeah, sure thing.
I was more just amazed that they actually wasted that much plastic on it when I was little. I was like, man, this thing is nuts.
Yeah, right though, like for real. But anyway, like I mean, for this, it's just like I have to like break my fingers. I play claw, okay, so like
I mean,
Oh,
they're
man.
pretty much the ones that coined Claw, though, right? Like, that's just been a thing for the PS culture for a hot minute, and that was even when they were doing like PSP shit for Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've only ever heard about it in regards to Halo.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's where I first heard
honestly,
it was
so.
Claw on Halo, but that's interesting. I kind of want to know this info now and look it up. I found something to do while I lay down and try to go to bed tonight. The origins of the Claw playstyle. Let's go.
Make a YouTube video.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder if there is one already. There probably is.
Maybe.
It feels like one of those things that would have like a really good like niche following.
But so yeah, that's the playroom to show off the game or to show off the controller. Cool. Next was
Kuroshiro in it. Who cares?
first game that I was just like, I am super intrigued by what I just saw. I want to know more. This is the most interesting thing I think they've shown so far, because at the time I was still in that like, I'm very skeptical about everything, and like even when me and Gustav was talking about it, I was pretty harsh last time we talked, Gustav, but now I probably sound a little more excited about things. But like this one is Little Devil Inside.
I'll have to look it up again.
So the attack, not Attack on Titan, not Monster Hunter thing where the dude's fighting things.
Oh, right.
And then there's the old guy that's
Draven's
like
excited about this game.
Yeah, like
the old villain or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
that looked really cool,
dude. I want to know what this is. Like, yes. The funny thing is, I was just like getting Attack on Titan vibes from it. I was like, is he gonna like just suddenly grapple a tree and fly away? Like, let's go. So I mean, it's cool. There was like dragon things and other stuff, and yeah, it kind of just looked like a weird Monster Hunter type deal. So yeah, I'm pretty hyped.
Yeah, it looks interesting. That would probably be one of those games where like, because I like Breath of the Wild, and I feel like it's gonna kind of fall into the same. It seems like it's gonna fall into like the same kind of genre, where it's just like an action RPG kind of thing. Also, maybe it won't really focus as much on like inventory management.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to say. They didn't show off anything like that, which I feel like if it was going to be in there, it would be. It just seems like they're mainly just going off of their style and kind of like adventure action gameplay, and it just kind of has like quirky, funny moments kind of splashed in, like the guy in the toilet, and
transitioning
the old guy.
Thing,
yeah,
the old
like,
guy turns out
maybe
to
the
be
story.
like a general or something that he's facing at the end.
Maybe like I could kind of see something where it kind of like is one of those stories where you're kind of maybe jumping perspectives between the main character that's running around fighting stuff, and maybe there's a bit of a focus on the other character as well. Like it could be like jumping dynamic of story play, where it's like action oriented with that guy, and then we switch to the other dude. It's more of like a maybe dialogue driven
villainy shit.
Yeah, I mean, where it's less action oriented, and it more of does like a more like, I don't know, other kind of gameplay maybe. But I feel like maybe they're showing something off like that. So maybe I'm just like, too big braining it or something.
Yeah. So
I mean, if it turns out to be too big brain, we could just turn around and be like, "Why didn't you guys do that?" Shit.
Yeah, right.
That's my game now.
Yep.
So really interested in that one. Pretty hyped. Next, which I love the music line that they use at the end, which also got copyright claimed on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
NBA 2K21
got lambasted.
Oh yeah, like the main things was GTA, the Godfall, and like NBA. I think were the like main ones that got me. I think everything else was fine. Like, and their ending song that they used.
Yeah, the ending song too.
Like right after the reveal and stuff, like here's the celebration, woohoo thing. But yeah, the
PlayStation song.
Yeah, like that celebration song was the last one that got claimed. But yeah, NBA 2K21.
Oh snap!
That dude was super sweaty, man.
The last line was "Run for your life," and I'm like, yeah, run for your life because you're gonna have to pay with your life just to even play the game.
Hey man, people are already ready with that
gosh.
money. I wish I had the kind of money that those people have to play seasonal games like that religiously.
For real.
Holy shit.
Well, the thing
Give
is,
me
Sports
that.
games are just like whatever to me.
yeah,
Buy
like
like a million more games with it and just get more content as a result.
I don't understand the amount of like, and the thing is, the games are just getting worse though. Like that's the biggest thing that baffles me is the games are just getting bad, like straight up bad. Also, by the way, if you guys ever have a chance, watch some of the sports games voice acting they've done recently, where they're actually paying the players to voice act.
Oh
It
no!
is, it is some
You can
awesomely
relive
bad.
cringy
Commentary?
pre-game interviews in your video game. Like,
Oh,
what's wrong? Realism.
No, this is like
They're even casting the coaches.
This is like them interacting, like one player interacting with another player, kind of thing. Like they're
Yeah,
in the
like when you
locker
do
room
Oh, hey,
talking to each
Gustav.
other.
commentary things.
Yeah,
I'm
it'd
sure
be
it's
like,
bad.
I mean, it's so bad.
Oh, on your six, buddy.
Oh,
let's
I
go.
bet.
Like it is.
Like Western voice acting has only recently been taking better
No,
strides
no,
to
no,
get
no, no,
good.
no,
I
no.
doubt
Like
these
like
untrained
like
people
80s like
like
80s voice
sound good at all.
acting was leaps and bounds better than this. Like this is even worse than
I don't know,
that.
Magnum. I played some games that are pretty rough. Like,
Okay, yeah, fair
or
enough.
even herd games.
Fair enough. Okay, well, you know what? It's just so it's like
I
I
can't
love
remember
to
the name of
shit
the
on
RPG,
this.
but all I can think of is this one that Dragon showed me one time, and like the character was casting fireball, and I think they were falling asleep during the
Oh my.
while they were
no.
casting spell. Icicle,
Okay.
fireball. You know, it's
Yeah,
just like,
fair
what the heck?
enough.
Come on.
Fair
Oh my God.
enough. But I mean,
It's
my
funny
thing is,
because
it's
like
like,
back in the day, we could like chalk it up to like the limited sound cards and some of those things, making them sound bad. And then as the fidelity got higher, it's like, no, these guys just suck. Oh no.
like this though is pretty much just like, hey man, what are you doing after this game? Yeah, dude, we just played this game, and okay, cool, man, we're going to do this game, and then afterwards
It's like
we're
they
going
vibing.
somewhere.
Magnum, why are you hating?
And then the other guy responds with, I can't stand this anymore, man. I am going to break something and stuff. And I'm just like, was he supposed to be mad? Whoa, dude, chill out. Don't yell so much. And I'm just like, what am
Whoa!
I?
Calm down, slow down, man. Like,
Whoa,
oh man,
dude,
my bad.
chill.
Whoa.
Don't yell so much.
Like literally all they had
Oh,
to do is
no.
just find a couple people on Twitch who are really good ragers and just hire them for a hot minute.
Like I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is great. It's like the best thing ever. Just go watch. Just go
Man,
watch.
those
some-
guys are there to collect a paycheck, okay?
Oh yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's what makes
And
it funny.
they're
Like,
probably just part of
This is
even, like,
entertainment. That's what I'm saying. It's entertainment. Go watch them sometime. Like
it's
if you want to
memes.
laugh, you can laugh a lot.
like between that and the engine memes, because all these sports engines like shit the bed really hard, and people just
Oh
love
my
recording
gosh.
them when they fuck up.
Exactly. So anyway, that another horrible NBA game coming out.
Well, I'll say this though, just in defense, like I don't play the normal ones, but some of the Mario ones are good. Like, anyone ever play NBA Street? Oh my god!
Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
that's the big takeaway for me is like, hey, this isn't a street game. Fuck. Okay, well, oh well. Maybe
Yeah,
it'll
so,
happen.
Yeah, I feel you
like,
there.
That's what I'm saying. They're just
EA
getting
big ain't
worse.
here no more, I guess.
What I'm saying is they're just getting worse. Is my problem. Like there are some sports games that I used to play, and I don't even look at them anymore. Like
The funny thing is that like the Street series also kind of went out the rails once they got to NFL Street, and that was super funky.
Those were fun too, though. I like the NBA and NFL. NBA was my favorite though, man.
Yeah,
Freaking
NBA
Gustav,
just,
did you play the one on the GameCube?
Oh, see, I played 1 and 2. What was the one on the GameCube?
It
Wait,
might
which
have been
one?
3. I can't remember the number, but it had the Mario All Stars. And like, oh my
Oh,
god,
yeah.
Peach had so much fucking
sounds
game. Like, Peach was such a fucking baller.
For
man.
real though,
Oh my
right?
God, you think Mario, the man known as Jumpman, would be good at basketball? Like, holy shit, Peach broke his fucking ankles. Like, god
Dude,
damn,
Peach was
Peach
OP.
was so good.
See, Peach
Oh
was-
my god,
Peach
That's
was
not-
OP
happening,
in
left and
Mario
right.
2. So like
for real.
like Peach was OP in Mario 2. So you knew when she's in a game, she's always going to be OP. Like I mean,
Like a
Man, Peach
levitated on
was so
everyone's life.
good.
Shit.
but
Like Luigi was all right, Mario was subpar, but Peach was like fucking fire, man. I digress.
but yeah.
I
So
think
the
they
next
looked
game.
at that, and that's why they started doing their own like hoops games and shit too. It was like, oh, people like.
There's
this
no
shit. Okay,
Mario
here we go.
basketball game yet.
Pretty much.
They already have a soccer one.
So So somebody said, like, man, somebody was on drugs when they were making this game. I can't remember what game it was, but it was one of the ones we already talked about. I wanted to say someone said it was like Ghostwire when they said that, but anyway, I'm like, then I go, no, man, this one's the one somebody was on drugs, and it's Bug Snacks.
Bug Snacks is fucking weird.
And
Dude, you don't like
Bug Snacks is
ukulele or
weird.
Loon?
Octodad?
What was the Microsoft game where you pretty much like created animals and stuff?
Spore.
I was talking about during the thing. Spore, yeah.
Apparently, there's
It gives
another
you Spore and
Spore-looking
ukulele
game
buzz.
that was shown off at the.
Yeah, there's two of them. Yeah.
That the well, no, the Spore ARPG is legit, dude. Dark Spore is like one of the best games. Like, dude, it is.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Like, I was like, man, yeah, this is great. Finally, something that's better. That yeah.
It was.
And then I'm like, yeah, screw Diablo 3, and then I found Path of Exile after that. So, but
didn't last very long.
But yeah, the Bug Snacks thing though, like someone mentioned Octodad, and I forgot what Octodad was.
Oh yeah, they worked on that game, right?
And yeah, so like I looked
1
up
second.
Octodad, and I'm like, oh, I know what Octodad is now.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those trailers where they let it speak for itself, but they let it speak for itself in a way where it's just like, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
Like, hold on, actually, help me out here. And then they had a whole song about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be
We got
interesting.
5 games left after this, by the way.
It seems like streamer bait for sure. If nothing else, like they already got people in certain streams being like, "Yeah, we respect Bug Snacks in his house."
Yeah.
Because
dude, I looked up Bug Snacks on Google and got like literal snacks shaped like bugs. I'd add PS5 to the end of it.
That is fantastic. Like, I feel like that's what happened then. They were high, and they were like, dude, look, you see these?
The Bug Snacks, though.
What if we made a game about what we're eating right now, man? Oh yeah, dude. But
You are what you eat, and they turned it into a game.
So
yeah, that seems like the big thing.
And then there was like the horror aspect at the end, where there was like the creepy snack or whatever that.
I think that's honestly just a hook. You know, there are some people that are like,
what the fuck is that?
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, it's not just some dumb Spore game. Like there's actual like you know, things happening.
It's a survival game, actually.
Like
after playing for 10 hours, you get attacked and then you have to restart because of whatever. I don't know. Who knows? Like I've seen some silly theories about that. Which is kind of the best part about some of these trailers, is just watching people run wild with what they think it's going to be.
Bug Snacks has its own like intricate lore.
Mm-hmm.
But the next one, well, what do you guys think about that? I mean, that's just crazy. That's my opinion. Like,
that's some funky shit. I don't know if it's gonna really be a hook for PS5 or if it's gonna release on other platforms, but like it'll be interesting to see people play it on stream for a couple days.
And that's the
that makes me think of a different type of game. Like I would like something like that, but instead it's like custom robo. Because the idea of them eating the food and their bodies and stuff changing, like that's really cool. Like I liked it when she ate the thing and like got a curly fry arm.
Hang on, where's custom robo? Where's custom robo? Hang on, where's it at?
Yeah, like I would like something like that, or maybe like a Metabots fill, or something like that. Like that's kind of like that just makes you want a robot game.
For real though, right?
I probably wouldn't play Bud Snacks though.
Like I feel like they tried that with new Gundam Breaker with the whole picking up stuff on the flyer, yada yada, and it's just like, maybe not in this game.
Drayden brought up a good point though.
As much.
And it could be the demographic thing we were talking about earlier, but that could have just been a demographic based game, like, you know, kid stuff.
The other thing
it felt like too aware though.
Yeah, I kind of
too on the nose.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I don't know, man. I mean, at least it's not fucking little.
I got that. Like I thought about it a little bit, and I was like, maybe it is, but it feels like it's too aware of itself in a way where it's trying to like nudge at like an older demographic too, just because it's like memey or kind of weird. But it's just like, now you got
that case could be like kids movies, right?
Yeah, you gotta let
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs
that make that shit, like give them some breathing room to just make up the memes themselves. Don't try to make it for them. So we'll see. Over time, it might be something that people gravitate towards.
Another thing with this list, though, too, a lot of the games in this aren't actually straight up PS4 exclusive, and they're only if they are exclusive, they're like an exclusivity deal for like a year or month and stuff like that with a lot of these. So that's kind of interesting too with a lot of the games on this list.
A lot of the fine print for that, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, but next one, Demon Souls. Yes.
Hey.
So when that comes out, I might, depending on what I'm doing at the time, I just want to play through all of the Souls games.
Hmm.
Like that's just going to be 1 month, nothing but Souls month.
Like, I really hope that doesn't come out and it gets lambasted like, this is actually a really shitty remaster / port. Like, fuck.
Oh,
like, come on,
no.
dude, it looked really good and it was all in engine. Like, come on.
Yeah, right.
I kind of wish it was a new game.
A little bit, but I didn't
It's one of
play
those
Demon
things where it's
Souls.
just like, I didn't expect them to touch it at all. And they kind of did, so there it is. Like, for everyone who was speculating about Bloodborne 2 and then they like saw that, it was like, well, it's something.
Yeah, I kind of would
There's
prefer
another game on
Bloodborne
the
2.
list that also probably made those people do a double take, but we'll get there.
So, I mean that's cool. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I'd probably do a Souls
Yeah,
month.
like, I'm really curious about it. I never touched a lot of the older Souls games when they came out at the time, so like this will be cool to explore. I wouldn't mind that after playing Bloodborne, just to see what that kind of stuff's like.
But yeah, Emblem. What's your thoughts on that one?
I mean, I like the Souls games. And Demon Souls was the first one I played. It was my intro into the title, where my friends like, the game is so hard, it'll break you, and I'm like, it's not that bad. But we'll see. Like, I wouldn't be against getting, because I got Dark Souls when they remade it. You know, I like the games. So I'll probably get two. Like, but is a remake of Demon Souls enough to get me to buy a PS5? No.
See, yeah, yeah, same.
But it'd be a nice game to have because they're already on the console or download on PC.
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say, what's
I think I've got them all on PC already. Maybe not the first.
Yeah,
one.
same.
I'm assuming it's gonna get a PC release too, so like, I mean, I'll probably end up getting that first before I end up getting the console. Especially now that I put all this money into like a new rig too, so it's just like, hey, I've already invested for this generation. Hopefully, I don't have to wait like a year plus for all these specific games, because that's PC life. For all the things, there was like, oh, we'll just get it. Yeah, you'll get it like after it's irrelevant. So have fun with that, especially if you're a content creator, bud.
So then
yeah, for real.
The next one here is Deathloop, which I'm pretty interested in, just because it's the same people I think that made Dishonored.
Oh yeah, that
and
one.
Then because that's exactly what it looks like. And now I've heard some things, but there hasn't been any confirmation on it. But it's another time loop game. So like I said, one more time loop game, and I was gonna call it the Groundhog Day reveal, like
Time loop trilogy.
But
this one would seem pretty neat though.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in it. I really hope it's single player. Like I've been hearing some things like it's multiplayer, which makes me think, wait, what? So
you know what?
Well, it seems like it's multiplayer in a way. Souls game is multiplayer.
Well, see, that's what I was wondering. Is this going to be like a Souls game where somebody can pop in as the assassin and be like, haha, pew, right?
Yeah, so like you're an invader essentially.
Or is it going to be something completely different, which is the other speculation? Either pretty much, there's not been a confirmation from what I could tell. So it's either full single player, Souls games multiplayer, or it is a multiplayer game where you as the one guy have to go around and kill the 8 enemies before the person hunts you down and either kills you so many times or captures you.
Kind of like, what is that game? That horror game that people were playing, but with like an extra layer?
I was just calling it like spy versus spy kind of thing. Only where instead of one spy killing the other spy, one spy's job is to kill
a bunch of people,
8 NPCs. Yeah. So I don't know if it's gonna be that, but
I kind of hope not.
Yeah, I really hope it's not that last one.
I don't want to have to sit through lobbies to play this fucking game. Like, I already do that enough with this game.
Like if it's that last one, I'm out. If it's the Souls thing, cool, I guess. If you can turn it on
Yeah.
and off, then that would be
I'll stick to the funky space game if that's the case.
yeah. Like, and then if it's the just single player, I'll take that as well. I definitely would check it out, either the first or the second option. I will say though, with the Souls
Yeah, that's pretty
thing,
cool.
like if you can turn it on and off to where they can come in and mess with you, because like sometimes that can get annoying if you're just wanting to chill through a game and see what the story is about.
Yeah, my take on it was gonna be, did you play Left 4 Dead?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking it'd be kind of like pseudo multiplayer style, where like it may not be like stage based, kind of like Left 4 Dead, but you essentially have like the story you're playing through, and maybe they segment it into like particular targets, since he's got those people he's trying to kill, and just as you're progressing towards your goal of killing said target for the night or whatever he's supposed to be doing, players that can maybe opt in for the assassin chick role spawn in as her, and they try to kill you, and if you fend them off, cool, let's keep going, and then like at a certain point someone else will respawn in as assassin chick and try to get in your way again, kind of thing. Kind of like how in multiplayer for Left 4 Dead, you'll be playing the game like normal, and the players will spawn in as the specialty monsters.
Yeah.
And like mess with you a little bit, and you just like kill them and go on or die horribly.
Yeah.
That's kind of like how I was imagining it would go.
That'd be kind of
Except
cool.
the single player.
Yeah. That would work.
Or you're by yourself or whatever. But turning it off would be cool. I feel you there. Sometimes just have an AI spawn in every now and then as the person or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like how you can be on or offline for like Soulsborne games in general for that kind of aspect.
Yeah, because with the roguelike thing, I think it'll have a little bit less dynamic of it being like a kind of contained stage style thing. Because otherwise, what's really the point of introducing the whole like time loop thing? Which I thought was interesting. 2 games are doing that in the conference. So we'll kind of see, I guess.
And then the next one here was Resident Evil 8, which during
this
the
was the
reveal,
one that made me do a double take pretty hard in terms of the whole Bloodborne thing.
Yeah, I was like, wait, so they're doing a thing? Okay, what is this? And I missed the whole umbrella logo, by the way. I completely missed that when they showed that. So I was like, cool, it's just a horror game. Cool. Ooh, another
Then
game.
I saw that fucking monster roar, and I was like, that looks kind of wolfish. What is that? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's Resident Evil. Damn it.
And then I saw the village thing, and I'm like, village? Like, I thought we were like, are we getting some interesting Castlevania thing or something? It was going through my head.
Nope.
I don't think I actually said that, but
then they highlighted the 8,
then
and
they
I was
said
like,
the village, and then it was like 8, and I was like, oh shit. So
also, Chris is villain, maybe.
Not
Or
my
just
Chris.
asshole.
There you go.
Someone
Hashtag
actually
not
did
my Chris.
someone did a meme where it's just like Chris keeps changing from game to game. Is he okay?
Yeah, right.
I know, right?
And then I was watching someone play how was it 6, where he's like looming over one of the other main characters who was like Wesker's son. And it's just like he's got like that villainous glare going on in some of these already. Like,
Chris had some serious PTSD going on. In
yeah,
Resident Evil
Homeboy's
6,
got
though.
some issues, and he's been there since the beginning. Like, it's a wonder that like how they touched on it a little bit in the remake for Jill, but like Chris has been through that in spades because he just keeps switching organizations and like loses squads and all those shit to these monsters. So it's like, fuck, dude.
It'll be interesting to see, like, if he's like doing something else. Because I mean, he helped. I believe my lore or understanding of lore is on point, but he helped found the BSAA. So it'd be kind of strange if he wasn't. At least to my understanding, he did. It'd be kind of weird if he wasn't in it anymore. At least I thought he did.
Or that, or he was just like a big poster child of it. Like, I'm not sure which one it is.
Or maybe the organization started around him because he's a freaking undead murder machine that can punch boulders. Yeah, maybe it's like something along those lines too.
The bigger thing
But
now is that like his reveal in that trailer is just like
super know-how.
He like blows away the main protagonist. I guess that's his significant other from the other game.
I think she's
he
the one
survived
they
or
say.
whatever,
Or
like,
spoilers for Resident Evil 7. Yeah.
I guess, but yeah,
By the way, a good
just
thing I'm
blows their
recording.
fucking brains out. Like, holy shit! Like, okay.
Everything go down, Magnum.
Yeah, everything just had a hiccup.
Oof.
But yeah,
We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I
This
definitely
might be an
want to play
unpopular
7.
opinion. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that 8 would kind of move away from the feel of 7.
Yeah.
I know, like that style of horror game is popular right now. Like that's what kind of I don't really like, and it kind of like branched out and did more like combat oriented stuff later. So maybe I should play 7 at some point. But I don't like the horror games where you're just running around, and maybe I'm just scared and want to like kill them, so I don't have to worry about them or whatever. So be it. But I like the horror games. Like I'll play Resident Evil so I can hide behind stuff and run from monsters. You know, like I'm a competent trained person who has a gun and freaking eats, like, kills zombies at bedtime and eats giant snakes for breakfast or whatever.
Naps on the corpses of BOWs, like.
Yeah, for real. Like I'm not here to run over. Like, don't get me wrong, the dude, whatever his name is,
Outlast,
welcome to the family,
right?
son.
Like...
Pop, like that guy's cool and all, but I'm here to like throw down and whatever.
Well, I mean, I'm not the biggest horror fan anyway for like Outlast. Like, I tried the Outlast thing where a friend of mine got a Oculus Rift. Started working with that. They tried to make a like mod essentially so that they could play it with that on. I got to try that out. This was like early on when the Oculus Rift was just becoming a thing, when the dev kits were expensive and stuff. So hashtag having rich friends is kind of nice sometimes. So I got to go try that out. And that was definitely a lot more intense. And that was one of my first experiences with VR.
I can feel that.
But like that, I mean, that's probably the most intense I've like had a horror game, So like, again, probably the most scariest game I played in recent times was Getting Over It. Man, almost falling is terrifying. Just saying. Remember, you guys were doing the horror games during Halloween. I had the true horror game.
Yeah.
The different tension and fear.
Oh my gosh. Like, see, that'll make me freak out more than like stuff that jumps at me. I'm just like, oh, okay, cool.
Alien Isolation didn't even feel like a horror game when I played it, though. It was more, I don't know.
I think it was funny. You were wanting to trade, and Chad wanted to trade with you. It was the funniest comment.
I was just sick of the fucking Alien, man. Like, Alien Isolation felt like more of a test of my patience.
Yeah,
than a horror game.
It was like engine porn, but if you didn't really care about the thing that was testing the engine, then you're just like, oh god, whatever.
Right. Like, I had no investment in the IP, which I don't think helps out much. For you Alien and Predator fans out there, like, more power to you. But I've never seen a single movie. Get into Choppa. That's like all I know. And like, there was AVP, that game. That's like my. Yeah.
Kill me.
But that's like that's like my main.
Now I'm a pretty big Aliens fan, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, fair enough.
I can only sit inside of a fucking cabinet for so long before I'm just ready to to literally just end it all in a video game.
Yeah,
it's like, bro, it's not worth it.
Fucking done.
Yeah, like that whole
I think I had an hour segment where I was stuck in the same room during that game. Like, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I was watching you play, and I was watching Chad, and the funniest thing though was that comment that you both had, like, man, Chad's lucky right now, and man, Emblem's lucky right now, and then just like I literally just clicked off one stream and went to the other, and it was the same comment, and I'm like, grass is greener, guys, grass is greener. But yeah, like for real though, the amount of waiting that you probably had to do for some of those. I saw one time you were like waiting. That might be the same room. I was just like, is he in the same spot? Has it been like 30 minutes?
Yeah, nothing changed. We were the alien was being a big old douchebag and keeping us stuck in the thing until the AI decides like to frickin' like the worst part is like sometimes you won't do anything and an alien would just, I don't know, maybe the AI just like, he's in there, and then the alien's just like, oh, he's in there, and it just kills you, and you start all over again. It's so frustrating.
Oh man.
Like it
Oh,
just has
that's
a
a bummer.
threshold for like the fail state where it's just like this guy isn't figuring it out. Let's just speed this along. Die, dude. Die and
Yeah,
figure
pretty
something
much.
else out.
Pretty
But-
much.
So anyway, back to the list though. Next one, Pragmata. And I was just like, is this Kojima game? Kojima
It
game?
looked like it. It looked like it really hard, and it wasn't.
Kojima game.
Which feels bad for anyone who's been like trying to stand Kojima throughout this whole thing, right? Like they canceled that other project or whatever, it got canned, and where everyone like did a double take at this game and was like, nah, this is like something else entirely.
Yeah, this is from Capcom.
Yep, which is
And I was
super
just like,
funky.
what? But so I'm
Can
wondering
I say
if...
when they're on the moon, I wish Ashura had been fighting like off on the side.
Yo, if you know what? They could make that
Oh,
like a fucking
man.
reference in there, just an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry,
a
I
figure or some
digress.
shit on there.
But like, so you know, you're in a space colony, and then you're on the moon, and then you're talking about the Earth is freedom, and yeah.
You give the kid like an Assure toy.
So like, who knows what it's gonna be because it looks Kojima
Well,
AF. So
That's
I mean-
exactly why we don't know.
It's a documentary on the life of spacenoids, right? They were in a colony. That was literally Operation British happened.
Yeah, it was literally
during
Gundam
the
shit.
thing, man. And, like Operation British happened. The guy teleported away. I got railed on by a chat because the girl was out in space, and I was like, she doesn't have a spacesuit. How's she okay? And then like you found out like she's a robot or something. I was like, oh, it's okay, chat.
Yep,
She's a robot. And everyone was
surprise.
like, what do you mean what do you mean it's okay now? Like they were insinuating like because we're doing head pats only
Oh.
mode. It's like, you know, oh, so it's now she's a robo loli. It's all right now. I was like, no,
Oh.
that's not what I meant.
Oh, fuck.
That's not the context.
Is your chat stupid? But then also like, oh, I get it.
Come on, chat.
okay.
Yeah, so they were
Lol.
insinuating robo lolis.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, chat, don't worry, she's a vamp. She's a 1,000-year-old vampire.
See,
Woo!
I like how somebody was like, wait, is this like BioShock with like the big daddies and stuff? Like that what
Yeah.
this is?
I heard Big Daddy backstory or
Like this is
whatever.
like this is
it
like
kind of seems like it.
Big
little
Daddy
bit.
Stranding. There we go.
It's gonna be another sad dad game. So if you're thirsty for more of that, you're in luck.
So yeah. Anyway, there's that, and then
I could see you liking it though, Magnum. All you Death Stranding players are probably salivating. It's like,
Yeah,
"Ooh,
like what the
really
fuck
like
is this? What is
that
this shit?
baby.
Oh,
that naked guy holding that baby on the beach was very interesting to me. Like, I don't know what's going on, but I really want to play this game."
Real
Like,
talk, like when I saw the trailers for Death Stranding back in the day, I was like, "What the goddamn shitting fuck is this? What
not
am
a
I
man
gonna
wears a Bridges hat.
Not a man wears a Bridges hat, because like everything else about the game was really fun. Like I don't know what to tell you, but like the initial trailer is like, huh? And it's like, oh wait, these guys are actually good at gameplay loops. Fuck, hold on.
And then there's the I don't know. Like someone was like, what is this? Dead Space Big Daddy Stranding. There we go.
Mm.
Like I'm like, okay, I could go for a game like that. Let's go.
Yeah. Like the bigger takeaway for me from this show in general is like I can't wait to see more about these games from their proper channels.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
And
kind
And
of
then
the
like
disappointing
even
part.
beyond that, like seeing like the EA show come out and all this other stuff, like the PC Gamer show happened like a little bit after that too. Like this is nice. This is just so that we could clear the air about the PS5 and just be like, yeah, cat's out of the bag. Now you guys can like lift some of your NDAs and actually talk about some of this shit.
All right. And then the next game though, Horizon 2 Forbidden West.
That looked pretty neat.
And this is the last one. But yeah. Now that is the closest thing to a console seller because that's actually their, straight up.
Cue another
first-party
Monster
title.
Hunter event for that.
So
I'm still wondering where the hell Gas are.
like the areas and stuff is kind of cool that they showed off. You're going to be in California,
California.
but
There's no other place in America. Let's go, California.
So, I mean, it's cool. I'll take it. I saw the giant turtle. I was like, yeah, dude, turtle.
That big ass turtle.
So, so yeah,
I think that'll be a big seller.
yeah, that'll be
that
one.
game did pretty well for their first one, right?
Oh yeah, like
Mhm.
that was I bought that one day one. Like that's one of the things which
That looked pretty sharp even back then.
oh yeah, like on my 4K TV, I just had my 4K TV. Like I you know that happened, and then I had a bonus from where I was working, and I was just like, oh yeah, we buying all the games, and it was like Horizon Zero Dawn, let's go. And then by the way, what happened after that was, oh, Mass Effect Andromeda is a piece of garbage.
Oh dear.
Like the
Kind
funny
of
thing
false
is,
right now.
I will never forget the moment. By the way, that I noticed that how bad Andromeda was. Me and a friend was playing through it, and I was like, "Okay, dude, yeah, cool. This is happening here. You play for a bit. I'm gonna go like get some food or something." And then like we get onto the planet though, and we start colonizing the first area. You know, I mean the game's been pretty mediocre at best. It's like okay, but this is serviceable. You know,
Yeah,
her
it's
face
just
was tired.
introducing stuff, surely.
You know, it's pretty bad, but nothing's been like so bad to be like, oh, this game's gonna be a piece of garbage. Like we didn't run into major bugs or anything. It's
Mhm.
something seemed a little meh about it, and then everything landed,
Oh
and
no.
then one guy's neck started breaking when we just
Oh
stood
no.
there watching. Like we just walk
It
into
turned
one of the
into Dead
buildings.
Space,
We just
except for the
walked.
wrong reasons.
Yeah, we walked into the buildings, and like some dude's going like, "Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going?" You know, whatever his dialogue was, and it just kept getting worse. And then this other guy's going like,
It's like Skyrim level. Like they literally had mods just to like shut
and,
up people on Fallout 4 and stuff.
and I was just like,
Because like the proximity dialogue was so bad.
and we just could like all the animations were just suddenly broken, and we were just like, oh
Woof.
no, I could just bleach my eyes now. Like, and then yeah, and then finish playing through it just to play through it, but it was just like, ooh, this is a mess. They goofed, but yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's the games. What did you think about Horizon though? What's your final thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I probably. I feel like I'm just. I feel like everyone's gonna hate me.
I mean, you like the
I
games
probably
you
wouldn't play it
like,
either.
man. No big deal. Like, if
Yeah,
anybody
no, I
hates
feel
you,
ya.
I'm
then
still gonna be in the background like we. I can feel it.
I probably wouldn't play it.
if
Personally.
anybody's like gonna be like, oh, well, fuck
He
you,
just likes nothing,
like,
you know.
It's not that he doesn't like anything. It's
it's
just he
just that
likes things
this,
that no one else in like
yeah.
typical gaming circles actually knows about. But we know it. But we also like carry a very tiny percentage of the viewership on here because of the shit that we like.
And then I like
Right.
too many things. That's my problem.
But there's some games that'd be interesting to get, but like it's definitely one of those things where like you're and I would probably like it, but it's one of those things where like you're at your friend's house and they own the game and you see them playing it and then they hand you the controller and you play it and like next thing you know it's been a few hours like, oh, I should have got this game kind of thing. You're right.
That's
Yeah.
Like I would
totally.
never buy it myself, but maybe I would like it. But I'm too like stubborn and set in my own ways to.
I will
out and
say
buy it
the-
Because
myself.
that's exactly how I was like. I wasn't introduced to it that way, but like I saw it at a friend's house, saw them playing it. It's like, oh, like seeing this beyond the trailers and some of the gameplay they showed. It's like this is actually pretty neat. I might actually get into this. Are you gonna buy
Yeah,
it?
it's a big reason
No.
why streams are very important.
Like
Yeah.
I was too busy playing GBO2 and like I think at the time, God, what was my secondary game? It's like one of the Yakuza games or some shit. And it's like, yeah, I just don't care that much. It's cool, but whatever.
But yeah, I think probably the biggest one that I'm really interested in, though, to be honest, is Japanese Skyrim. Just saying.
Yeah,
It
that looks
looks
good.
really
Looks fun.
funky.
Like that one, I am hyped about. Like, let's go. But let's go ahead and talk about the reveal of the actual console itself. Like, I know we kind of
Kinda
mentioned
regular.
it. What was your reaction exactly when they did the, and then like the, oh, it's spreading apart. There it is. And then you said it was like, is that a modem? Like
Yeah, at
what?
first it's like it kind of looks like a vase, and then I was like,
Lading?
oh no, it looks like a modem.
Here was my reaction. okay, here goes. Oh. Kind of weird.
Mhm.
And that was
It
it.
looks
Because I
good.
just didn't know what to think at
I
first.
like it. It's just too fucking big. We're
Yeah,
having a
like the
PlayStation
dimensions
Fat
too.
version.
Like
It's just too damn big.
I already checked from what they were saying and from what people's been like guessing with dimensions and controller size and everything. It will not lay down in what I
Yeah,
have that the PS4
I
already
can't.
lays down
I
in.
literally had to put my TV on like some platforms or like shoe boxes to fit it under there.
So I have to stand it straight up, and it almost reaches the top standing straight up.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, wow. But
Yeah. As far as the look of it goes, I'm not like, like, oh, it's the epitome of perfect
Yeah.
design for a
People were
console.
making Alienware jokes on it really hard, and I could totally see it.
I mean,
But I don't hate it either.
my thing
Like,
is though, personally, I just want good games. Like I don't care what the box actually looks like. Give me
It's
good games on the
interesting that
box.
the differences between the two are that one's discless and the other one isn't. I wonder if the discless one is going to come with a bigger drive in it by default, or if there's going to be separate versions that have different hard drive spaces
Yeah,
allotted out of the gate too. Because they're also talking about you can get your own like third party on top of like their proprietary ones that they're putting in there. Because that was the other big thing that the Xbox reveal got dunked on for. They had these proprietary like memory modules and stuff that they're trying to put in there that are gonna be like expensive as fuck, and they just look like memory cards or whatever.
hmm.
yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Like, if the digital version's supposed to be a cheaper option, how much is that not having that Blu-ray drive on there actually
Yeah,
gonna down the
That is a
price?
good question. It's like back when PS3 came out, and it was the cheapest Blu-ray player on the market, like $800 or whatever it cost.
but like
Like,
now everyone
Yeah.
does like streaming services, so like that's not even like a value to people anymore, which is kind of funky, weird to think about.
The other thing too,
Because like that whole aspect of like it being the only thing you need in your living room, and it's gonna be like a set piece and shit. It's like, no, I have like 5,000 other like devices that
Yeah.
my
specifically do
TV
that
has
on top of
Netflix
my
built
PC.
into it.
Yeah, it's all integrated now. If you get a newer TV, you're set. Fuck it. Who cares? Like, so you have to focus on games even harder now for these new generations.
oh yeah. I will say though, the interview that they did, where they were talking like they understand that we're in a recession right now, and price is going to be a big deal.
That's why everyone's salivating over like these leaks and like
Oh yeah.
guesses price lines.
Because I mean, honestly, I think whoever's going to win this console war this
Mhm.
year is going to
It's
be
whoever
whoever has.
lowballs the person.
Yeah, whoever puts out their price first loses.
Oof, yeah.
Honestly,
Oh
that's
god,
it.
it's gonna be a Dreamcast situation. Ouch.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever puts out
Oh
their price
no.
first loses this console
Don't
war.
release first. It's just gonna be who can hold out.
Yeah, like literally, I feel like what's going to happen. I feel like we're gonna have literally the same day they're gonna release the price on like the last week before they're gonna be launching these things, and then it's like, well, we couldn't really do pre-orders because you guys didn't let us, but like it's
Yeah,
gonna
and you know
whenever they
what?
have
Thinking
to do the
about like
pre-order price, that's gonna be the deadline, and I feel like we're gonna have them both be like, okay, we're playing rock paper scissors, and who got lower is pretty much what's gonna happen.
the interesting thing is that like obviously it's not the case for this game specifically, but I think about like the pre-order delay for Maxi Boost, and I wonder if we're gonna see that with other games going forward too, as we get closer to that release. That inter-console transition is gonna be really rough,
I heard
especially because of the recession and all that stuff too.
Cyberpunk's now delayed till the console release. It's a
Oh
launch.
yeah,
It's a launch title now.
that was something that came out. I think today or like
Yeah.
the announcement was like really late yesterday.
Like today or yesterday,
So that's a really big one. Like fuck our Gundam shit, like Cyberpunk. Jesus Christ,
yeah.
another delay. That's the second one they've got hit with. I'm pretty sure.
But anyway, so yeah, PS5 stuff. That was
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I wanted to add one
Yeah.
touch about the console itself before we wrapped up. Like I kind of agree with some other things I've heard. I know some people kind of like it being more Spartan and bricky, but like I kind of like the idea that they're going for more of a design that looks good in your house.
Mhm.
Like, you know what I mean? For like gamer types who don't care, their console is whatever. I mean, Xbox, like literally a fucking box. Everything has just been like sideways PC towers,
Yeah.
Like I when everyone makes a modem comparison, but I know at the very least when I do it, like it's more of a comparison, not necessarily a bad thing. Like I think having something that makes a good like set piece to your home that's also a console isn't necessarily a bad thing. And I mean, some people, like I've heard things, and I can feel in some cases, like some people literally put their TV on their console if it's a smaller television. Don't put your 64-inch or whatever, and stuff like that. Like they use their console as a stand for stuff or whatever. So I get that there's
Really do
appeal
that
to
here.
it, or whatever. But ultimately, like I think I like that they're trying to make the console look more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, because regardless of price, it's also going to be a status thing for a little bit, especially when
For
you talk
sure.
about like early release scarcity and shit too. Like, a lot of this stuff's going to get scalped, regardless of people's like reception or like if they are first day adopters.
But
That's kind of why I like the Alienware comparison better, because
yeah.
they definitely have a very specific aesthetic that lines up with how they did the PlayStation thing, and it's definitely bright and sticks out from your standard like gamer PC big black box that has like vents and like a side glass panel or whatever that actually show off the guts.
Mhm.
Like this is a more of a focus on the outer case.
But yeah, pretty cool. I still haven't got a console seller though for me though. That's
No, not from that. Maybe from the other shows that we get over the summer, but like from that, no.
New Dynasty Warriors Gundam. Let's go.
Yo, let's fucking go! Stop saying things that
So
get me
sick.
excited.
don't make it
Sorry.
like don't make it like
Stop it.
Dynasty Warriors 9.
I can only be so
Don't screw it
erect.
up. Don't make it like Dynasty Warriors 9. Dynasty Warriors 9 is awful. I'm a Dynasty
You know what?
Warriors
I
fan.
saw I saw that
Ugh.
on discount or on sale over on Steam. I was like, I wonder if that's okay. I haven't played Dynasty Warriors like an actual
Don't get
Dynasty
it.
Warriors game in
Don't
a
get it.
long time, and I was like,
super trash. It is
it's
garbage.
Yeah.
it's not that weird Empires game that everyone said was bad. Like maybe 9 wasn't that bad, but
9 has probably been the
Uh-oh.
worst one that I've seen.
The last one I played was like Extreme Legends or something.
Ooh.
I think.
Mm.
Was that 9 or was that the one before it?
No, that's a
Magnum?
different one.
That's a different one, yeah.
Oh, okay. Not including
But,
Warriors Orochi.
Yeah, because I saw that
3 or
on
whatever.
the list too. But yeah, that was a different one.
But yeah, the anyway, I guess that is it for the PS5 stuff. We want to get into a little bit of suit speculation and then wrap it up.
What is life anymore?
Exactly. Like I figured
Talking about the Nemo 3, this like
the suit.
yes, it's technically MSV Z, whatever the fuck. It's probably still feels very Double Zeta era to most people. Like, what the shit is this? Like, what's going on?
Like,
But I feel like when we were talking about this the other day, right? Like the idea that they're obviously still like holding a lot of this big time Zeta stuff in their back pocket for the anniversary.
yeah. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, as far as new suit speculation, did I just do it again? I think I just made up a word again. Oh well.
Speculation, yes.
Yeah. Speculation. Why do I keep doing that? Oh well. But yeah,
It's been a long day.
I guess. Yeah. It is actually almost midnight. So, oops. But yeah, I mean, at this point, anybody's guess. And I mean, we've already said it before, so I won't really repeat too much for the what I think we're gonna get on the what is it, the anniversary. But far as what I'd like to see now, and probably don't think we'll get to see next week, a transforming support,
Hey,
please.
just gonna be going with generalized concepts from now on. Just
Yeah, I mean that's
transforming
just
support.
that's all I got right now. That's what I want to see now.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, even just another transforming suit in general.
pretty much.
Like, I don't think they're gonna put the Gaza in for the anniversary. That seems too small fry. Like, they might as well just get it out of their system. I wouldn't mind that.
So yeah, what do you want to see, Emblem?
Balance.
Oh
No. Oh, drop the shield.
damn.
I was gonna keep riding my old favorites into the dirt. Let's stop dancing around the Methus looking suits and give me a Methus, please.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Methus. I'll take it in any form. Methus General, Methus Raid, Methus Support. Give
Give
me the
this
loot.
man his Methus.
Okay.
I want something before the anniversary comes out so I can
Give us
waste
the
all my
Methus.
tokens and cry when the Keyblade comes out.
Oof.
Oh god.
And-
Just the bait. He took the bait, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He's gonna have the bait, and then he's gonna have Zoc 2.0 happen. I
Oh,
hope not. I
no.
really hope not.
Do not.
But anyway, but yeah. So mine is gonna be just give me a transforming support. Maybe the Palace Athene. But that's about it.
Player healed off for lol, it already transforms.
Play your tank more, you coward. Lol, you just can't fly. You can't fly and you can't waddle.
I mean, the flight
Come
suits
on,
pretty much
bro.
can't
It's
fly
used
anymore
against
either,
me.
so who needs to
getting-
transform, right?
There you go.
Oof, double oof.
Double.
I mean, the,
All the
the
oofs.
transforming ones can fly at least, but even then, like, you got the DJ being like, no. Not today,
man.
bud. If you want to die while moving really slow in the air, go ahead. That's why I always see all these guys skipping around like fucking manta rays on the ground. They're just trying to get those stuns off so that they can, like, stick their landing without dying. Transforming suits are like an opening, the suit.
But yeah.
They're always more, like, active and, like, efficient when they're not transforming.
I will say though, the Oshimar I think is the only suit that you want to always be like, whenever you can transform and shoot.
Yeah, just
you
do
land
it.
and
You
you keep
literally get
shooting,
more
and then
output by
transform
doing
yeah.
it.
Like that is the one suit that you want to just keep transforming. I think the Gapsily is kind of in the middle a little bit, and then like
Yeah,
the
'cause it
other
does
ones
have
is just
some
a
extra
means to
stuff.
get around.
Yeah, like Zeta, you're just using it to get somewhere. The plan, I've seen some people land some okay shots on it, but really you just want to unga bunga as hard as you can to make up for the fact that you're just like a giant obstruction to yourself.
Yeah, it's just rushdown. It's just a rushdown tactic for those two suits, I agree.
Pretty much. But cool. Anything else on that?
Seems good.
Cool.
Eh.
Well, want to do some shout outs?
Ah!
Okay, cool. Good.
Did I do it right?
There it is, guys. We're done. Okay.
I'm just gonna honk, and then you just need to put all my
Honk.
credentials in a subtitle on the
Oh
bottom.
my gosh. Oh no. Well, I do have it. I do have it recorded. If I didn't have to play like Path of Exile tomorrow, then I would definitely be up for editing that. Just you going honk.
For those who don't understand what Gustav said, just translate in the comments.
Ding! Just put it up in like a little box on the side of my head.
For what he said, will be down in the description below. But yeah, Gustav, you want to go first?
Okay. Gustav _ XIII for most of my social media stuff. Gustav the 13 on Twitter. We also have a Facebook. We have a Discord. And GS3, our clan for Gundam Battle Operation 2, is still recruiting. If you guys are trying to do some clan match stuff, which is coming up this weekend, brace yourselves for the space fuckery. But in the meantime, we're also playing Disgaea as our secondary game on the channel. And I'm slowly but surely trying to not forget to convert some of my VODs to parts on YouTube in case you guys miss some of those playthroughs. Because I want that to at least just be an archive until I think of like some better content to put on there along with it. And that's what's going on with me for right now.
Emblem, what do you got going on?
I am GamingEmblem. We play high octane, fast, hard video games on the internet, like Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation, where we get in and we move fast and die hard, and things like that. We also have a Discord and a YouTube channel. Playing Phantasy Star Online 2. Team No Pants is our alliance, currently recruiting. If you're a fan of anime titties and lack of pants, please feel free to hop on ship 2 and come on over. We're taking everybody.
Oh, I got assassinated them with the anime titties.
Oh, man.
That's the appeal.
Oh,
So yeah,
That's why everyone plays Phantasy Star. GamingEmblem.
So they can give
Anime
titty
titties,
dockies.
gaming, wow. I'll add that. I'll
Literal
add that
titty
to my.
pillows.
Yeah.
Oh
I'll have to
my
add that
gosh.
to my usual thing. I usually just like games, internet gaming, WoW or whatever. But I'll start adding anime.
You know,
titties
one
to that.
person's gonna look at that and be like, "You do NSFW art? Like what? Hold on."
That's up to interpretation.
Shit.
Oh,
I
man.
can't help that they misunderstood. Okay.
But yeah, everybody's info will be down in the description below as usual. But I'm EG Magnum. I stream on Twitch, got the YouTube channel, Discord, Twitter, stuff like that. Gonna be doing some Path of Exile tomorrow, and pretty much all next week. Gonna try to get Gundam dailies in when I can, because there is a possible laptop up for grabs. They're giving away an Alienware laptop. They're going to raffle it off for anybody who beats the final boss of the league, essentially.
Mhm.
So, pretty cool. There is a race also going, and the second laptop, will go to the first place of that. But I am not practiced for that, and a little too try hard, so not going to be there for that one. But pretty much GBO2 stuff whenever I can. The tabletop next week, possibly on Wednesday. I'll be posting in the Discord whether that's going to be a thing or not, and I'll be saying it at the end of my streams, letting everybody know. But as soon as I know, then I'll post something about it. And then podcast next week should be good. At first, I was thinking I had to do it in hardcore, so we could have had some issues there. But yeah, we'll be doing the podcast. And other than that, again, like I said, Path of Exile on that for now. And then after about a week or so, then we'll open up to Phantasy Star Online 2 again, and everything else. Actually, I might take it if it all goes well. I might take a couple of breaks and do some Phantasy Star Online 2 or something. But anyway, that'll be it for this one, guys. Like, comment, subscribe, all that. Let us know down in the comments below what you'd like to hear us talk about in the future. But anyway, that'll be it for this one, guys. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Peace.
Later.
Have a good one.